Alright, good morning. I don't even remember quite what happened yesterday. Probably fine. Just in general, fine. Yep. No chaos orbs. Right. Probably have map for days. Yeah, low level maps. Wharf. Don't like Wharf, no. Oh, right, yes. I was gonna fix that. I've got free slots. Right. Flesh and stone, precision. What did I want to add? Blood Rage for sure. Corrupting Fever? And that's a dot. And it is instant. So what about these boots? They are okay. Hello, Node Runner. Nice to see you again. We see the bot seems to be working a little bit. Duplicates, but I suppose better to get a duplicate than to get nothing at all. How are you doing today, Node Runner? Free Steam game, eh? Nubaron. Let's just get that, since it got reported, eh? Hello, Banana Wolf Monkey, nice to see you again. Is that Pluto? It was, right? Yeah, that... I have a picture of... There was some moon as well, but I think that was Pluto. What was it? New Baron. Here we go. 3 games! Wait. I was gonna say this looks like a reading adventure, but no. I mean, it's free, so there we go. Just 3 games. Yeah, that's Pluto, right? Yeah, that's gotta be it, right? No, Donner says, I'm doing fine, thanks. Wait. Oh, it's Monday today. Well, you have gone through Monday. Did you... We're going to the doctors today, right? Nodon says, today I added a turbo function to my keyboard, but sadly, it doesn't work for just one key. It affects all the keys. Oh. Oh, so... That's turbo. You're just typing and it... Huh. I can see that as being useful in some situations. Nodon says, oh no, it's next Monday. Oh. Alright. I was mistaken. But that was Pluto, right, Node Runner? You would know. Well, maybe you're not watching the stream. Yeah, that's gotta be Pluto. There was another one that was similar, but that wasn't... all that red wasn't there, if I recall. So what... actually, where would you want to use the turbo? I've never used turbo, but I know that would have wanted to use it sometimes in the past. Spamming stuff. Banana Waffle Monkey says, I'm already past where my bleed build was. Oh, wow. Shitting on Conquerors and rare maps? Wow, that was fast. You can tell by the signature frozen heart in the middle. Oh, nice. Yeah, that is the frozen heart. Frozen heart of Pluto. Nice. Banana Waffle Monkey says, took the Cymbalata first time today. Got me a little weird, lol. And it does that. It does that to you. As I said, it's invasive, right? You can feel it being invasive. Alright, how many do I have? 34. Can we do this? Get 2 red. Actually, I can just pay for it, right? 2 red.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
What's it cost? 2 red sockets. 25. Ugh. How much do you want to bet that there will be 1 blue socket when I pay for it? I'm just gonna be fucked. No, it's fine. I can live without Blood Rage, I suppose. But I don't want to. I don't want to live without Blood Rage. Actually, but I could live without Corrupting Fever. Yes, let's just be cheap about it. Yeah. We grab the Blood Rage. We grab the Flesh and Stone and Precision. Corrupting Fever back here. Is there any other interesting buff or stuff we can cast with green stuff? Oh, it got a little wired. There we go. Cymbalta. Wired, not weird. Wired. Yeah. That Exapunks game is awesome, says Snowrunner. That was the programming game you were talking about yesterday, right? What were they called again? There's a company that did a lot of those things. I might not need that. Alright, what do we want? We want not Steel Skin, but Blood Rage. Alright, looking good. Looking good. Odoner says I'm kind of conflicted on what my favorite Sectronics game... What my favorite Sectronics is. But Exapunk is one of the best. Alright. If it's between like a couple of games, which one would you recommend? What's Exapunks again? Exapunks. Oh, alright, you were hacking stuff. Check out the entire Sectronics. If that's not the favorite one, I'm thinking of just adding one of them to the wish list. Actually, I've tried a little Infinifactory. Yeah, I own that game. Didn't get stuck in it though. Don't feel comfortable doing that yet. Actually, there's so many of them, I might as well try, see how it goes. No, says I haven't played them all, but yeah, no, that's fine. But Exapunks and Opus Magnum are my favorites, I think. Right, where's Opus Magnum? There we go. Design and build machines that assemble potions, poisons, and more using the alchemical engine. Alright. I think I would put Exapunks. The Redshift player. What's that? It's free. That's an add-on or something? Alright, let's go to the wharf.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Alright, I was thinking about ownership yesterday. Since we have a little bit of disagreement and that makes me happy. I was thinking about the whole metaphysical the metaphysical thing of the thing. How do you derive ownership? From where does it come? And I'm thinking for stuff, it is very easy to derive it. My thinking going along these lines. You create it, it's yours. And from there, you can sell the thing. Pretty much. Like, take this glass, for example. Someone picked up all the sand and just melted it and gave it shape. Therefore, they created this glass. And that's... yeah. Creation would be ownership. Would that be a good definition, good metaphysical thing? That is how we derive ownership of something? Would you agree or disagree? Just metaphysically speaking. Nodon says that Exapunks has a fantasy console that you can program games for. The Redshift player lets you play with those without buying the game. Fantasy console that you can program games for. Right. Something. Banana Waffle Monkey says, yeah, and we don't craft property, or like... we didn't smash rocks together in our solar system and make it the Earth. 4 billion years ago. Yeah, right. We didn't make those things. Little shaky, mind the typos, it's fine. I'll I'll try my best. I often don't mind typos. I mean, there might be a misunderstanding or two, but you'll notice if that happens. That makes sense, right? Yeah. Stuff that someone creates, they own. Because that becomes interesting when talking about people and owning people. Because that would be an interesting aspect. If we want to use that same definition on how we own people, then parents would be owning children, right? I was thinking about that as well, that yeah, sure, parents can be owning children. And that's how we derive ownership. And what society usually does is, well, what usually happens is that during puberty, one could argue that the child then, the teenager then, self-creates. It's like a new person, kinda. That because, you know, you leave your parents behind, kinda. You become your own person outside of your parents. That's what puberty is all about. Therefore, we could derive self-ownership from puberty. If we want to do it metaphysically. So I was trying to find a way where I was happy with those definitions, yeah. Metaphysically speaking. And that would be like reflected in society. We could say that, right? Because we say like after puberty or at the end of puberty, society goes and says, well, you're a legal person now. You get to vote, you get to pay taxes and all the things. You're a member of society now. You are your own person. That is the way society treats you. Kinda. Like with all the responsibilities that contains owning a thing. You are responsible for it. Just like your parents are responsible for you as a child. Banana Waffle Monkey says, I wish things in America were more consistent with that. How do you mean consistent with that? Look, do you have an example? Yeah, I'm coming from a point where I because I said yesterday, I think you had went to bed already, but I said that I don't like owning people. So I had to think about it, because we had a little disagreement. I was thinking, well, how can we own people? And is that fine, owning people, or should it... I want to go from the metaphysical. If we agree with the metaphysical ownership, I want to talk like politics, pros and cons of owning people. Tormented spirits. I mean, poisonous plants seems just boring. I don't want that. Well, let's just get the tormented spirits. And open this door. And maybe that door. Let's try and open this door. Banana Waffle Monkey says, enlist at 18, can start driver's education at 14 and a half, and get licensed by 16. Wait. Get a license? Oh, driver's license. Oh, I didn't know that. Drinking and smoking is 21. Age of consent varies. 16 to 18 from state to state, but can't watch porn until 18 regardless. Ooh. That's an interesting consequence, political consequence of owning oneself. Right? If you own the thing, you decide what is to be done with the thing, right? That's the whole point of ownership. You having the say of what is done with the thing. But I get a driver's license, that's not... That is not derived from you owning yourself as a person. That's... You are granted a license from taking a test, right? Making you... That's about the state owning the roads. We allow you to be on the roads, these are the things that we require. But I don't see how that's... Enlisting would be at 18, right? I would say drinking and smoking, I would agree with you. That would probably be when you are considered owning yourself, like whatever you put into your... But again, I'm very biased at that. Because I have the idea that whatever you want to put in your body, that is up to you. Yeah. But I know often like it says, yeah, but it's still considered one of the pillars of adulthood. And that depends on context, where you live. Like if you live in a city, a lot of people don't get driver licenses in cities, for example. And in Sweden it is 18, right? The normal age for those things. The legal adult age. 18 for driving, yeah. So yeah, pillars of adulthood, I don't know. I really like... I come from a smaller town where it's common that you get a driver's license, right? I got it just... I don't know. Fuck, I don't remember. I think I got it like a week or two after my 18th birthday. I was driving around and driving around. Just being alone in a car. All that freedom was great stuff as a teenager.
Time to go. Just need a moment.
Whoa! Please not. Oh, and I was in a rush. So I died. I didn't pay attention. Alright. What I did is... Boom. I took the responsibility into my hand. You cannot report the deaths anymore. I do the thing. You only get the current now. I report it. If you want to clip it, you can... exclamation point clip. Actually, I should add that as well. I should add a key binding to that as well. Just clipping stuff.
It's the deep breath before the plunge.
You hear that fine, right? Now? I think the volume should be fine. Banana Waffle Monkey said, perk of arc totems. If I place them well, my timer doubles in incursions. Wait. Doubles in incursions? Oh. Banana Waffle Monkey says, nice, yeah. I was thinking it's better I take the responsibility. and just have it as a keybind. We're thinking about automating stuff, but that's the fastest automation, right? 2 keybinds and we're good to go. Well, what my says, because 6 of them, that chains 6 times, so 42 hits with the arc per set of casts. That was confusing. Your timer doubles. Oh! Even when the totem is gone, the arc stays around. Is that what you meant? I'm confused.
Low on mana.
You kill half the incursion instantly, and you get time for each enemy you kill.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Yeah, but there's a max amount of enemies, right? You can't increase it over the maximum if you kill all the enemies. You double it instantly. Alright, you double it when you start the incursion, like... It usually goes from 1 to 10-ish. Yeah, I get it now. And my build is not... It's never gonna be good at the incursions. But I need way more damage to actually do something useful. Yes indeed, yes indeed. Alright, so trying again. Down to the right. Timeless Monolith or Explosive Charge? Probably trying for the Explosive Charge. Since I'm gonna be bad. Yeah, screw the Timeless Monolith. Go for the charge. Whoa! Fuck, what's that? Oh, it's the chaos damage. Of course, it's the chaos damage. The chaos damage. That is what screws me over, eh? Ugh. Well, how am I supposed to get my chaos resistance then? And also, why am I not evading those things? I got hit by all of them. Pretty much.
Low on mana.
But however will you match
Just need a
that
moment
last
to catch
incredible
my breath.
performance?
What do we have here? Survive. 7% increase the maximum life. I mean, that's not too shabby.
You will fall. The expected choice.
Indeed, the expected choice. What did you suspect when you kill me all the time when I try to do anything better? I mean, with the problem I have with ownership of an individual, right, is that there's nothing really stopping us from doing slavery again if ownership of an individual is a thing. Not off Mike's this be right back. Except for laws, but I mean, I suppose that's where we have to go either way.
Just need a moment.
My damage is so terrible. It's so terrible. But as I thought, it's pointless doing those events, not being able to even be close to finishing them. Okay, that's enough. I don't need to put more. Where are they? Ah, here we go. Don't need to specifically show these anymore. Nope. Nope. Well, come back, Banana Waffle Monkey. What do we get? Restoration on enemies? Ah, boring. Alright, next map. Next map indeed. Banana Wolf Monkey continue. It says gyms are finally reopening around here, I think. Gonna go with some buddies soon. Oh, nice. If you're into that sort of thing. Personally, I'm thinking that getting a standing desk might be a good idea. Yeah, I don't get exercise. Yeah, I don't get a lot of exercise. What monkey says, yeah, I miss having gym bros.
Just need a moment.
I don't miss having bros, and I don't miss the gym. We all have our flaws. Oh! Damn it. I need chaos resistance. That's twice now in a very short amount of time. I don't know what Monk says, at least it's at uni. Encourages me to be at least somewhat healthy. Yeah, I do that. I try to do that mostly by eating, but... yeah, standing desk. So you could move around. I could move around. Rather than sitting on my ass all day.
Off you go, little beast! Away!
Low on mine.
Off you go, little beast! Away!
Well, what makes this? God, I love Syndicate. I have a level 3 Leo in research and a level 3 It That Fled. Hello, Blasphemous. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? Gonna run the safe house and get loaded. Nice. I'm not even close to that. What level am I? I'm level 80 and I'm this terrible. Ooh. Does not look good. Blasphemous says, I like the Assassin's Creed Syndicate too. Oh? I haven't played any of the Assassin's Creed games. Can you use Leo to slam this? Or mana recuperation. Attack speed with one-handed melee weapons. Wait. Global critical strike multiplier, the maximum life. To sell, not use. Ah. Crit, life, attack speed, mana recuperation. Those all seem pretty nice. Yeah.
Snowbound Challenger returns.
That's a lot of energy shield. Oh, some inspiration. Steer your emotions on your point of view. Wait, isn't it the other way around? You don't steer your emotions, you steer your point of view. And you do that based on your emotions. We've got it all flipped around, haven't they? Well, what Monkey says, and the nice thing is, since the implicit from Harvest is already so good, I don't even have to risk Voling for a good implicit. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I've changed it around, Asmus. I took responsibility of the death counter myself. I've got a hotkey now. Well, I've got a D menu script for it. I have a hotkey for a specific D menu instance. The first item on that list is increase the death counter by 1. So I followed your example. I did put it on Super Shift, Super D. Well, Super Shift D. There we go. Or a customized D menu. Yeah, I like that. Customizing D menu. It's a good time. Well, a customized D menu. Oh, forgot. Gotta do this. So is there an argument for not owning people rather my only argument I had before was I don't like it, right? And that's not a very good argument. So is there another reason why we shouldn't be able to own people? And it might lead to slavery, but it might not. So that doesn't feel like an argument. Well, let's put it like that. Instead of saying people, it's inanimate objects. Is there a difference between the ownership between an inanimate and an animated object? Not animated like in video games, but animated like in life.
That was a hunt you will not soon forget. You're welcome. Goodbye.
No, Donor says, did you edit the source code? No, I just used the launch options. I made a list and... well, I started making a list. And just have a bash script that whatever returns from that list, launch that option. So I can add... The only problem with it is that I cannot give it... what's it called? Arguments. But I think that's fine if, like, I'm having one D menu, one instance of D menu, the regular one where I can launch whatever, and there I can use arguments because I need to spend a little time to figure out which arguments I want to use anyway. Then it's more like a quick D menu, like a favorites. Yeah, let's call it that. D menu favorites, something like that. Oh, Banana Waffle Monkey said, it that fled upgrades breach stones by 1 stage per her level. That's nice, I suppose. Blasphemous says that slavery is subjective. It can be illegal, right? We're talking about ownership from metaphysics and a political legal sense here. And slavery could be legal or illegal in that type of definition. Lasmus says, have you ever thought about making a layer for your OBS? Layout. Wait. Don't I have a layout? Isn't my layout great? I don't quite understand how you mean. Lasmus says, I'm talking about how slavery can be defined. That is subjective. I mean, all language is arbitrary, right? We can find some other definition for it. This is 1 exalt, but after I used bench, now it's 1.5 exalt. What's the difference between the pure and the... I've never known the difference between these. I don't know if Monkey says pure give more XP. Ah. Like way more. Ah. Rich player blast them to get to 100 more quickly, I'm assuming. Yeah, but we could argue that all language definitions are subjective, but well, we usually are pragmatic about these things. Like in general in society we are, that we negotiate a meaning and come to terms. And since we're talking like political and metaphysical, and we're talking about actual ownership, not the right, the actually that would be the metaphysical, right? The communists and maybe the anarchists would argue that probably slavery, right? If you can own a person, that necessarily is slavery. Right? Is that what you're trying to get at, Blasphemous? So we would have to look at how we define slavery then. But I would have to say that even those would have to agree that slavery is is not you owning yourself. It's someone else owning you, if that makes sense.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
They would have to agree to that, or are you a slave to yourself? That's becomes a kind of weird definition, doesn't it? Yeah, I know. I don't know how to do the definition thing, right? If I do, right, I have a different of ideas, right? I can just do dict slavery. Alright, then yeah, maybe. Parsing this is annoying, but I suppose I could. But then I really like WordNet. But parsing from WordNet is annoying as well. Well, actually, we can check them both. The problem with that is if we get a word that is both a noun and a verb or some other thing, it becomes super difficult. Actually, if I parse it in Python, it's probably fine. Alright. The condition of a slave. The state of entire subjection of one person to the will of another. Entire subjection. The state of being under the control of another person. Like bondage, slavery, thraldom. It seems like you're completely under the control of another person, yeah. I would have to agree with that. So just ownership of personhood doesn't necessarily mean slavery. Since you can own yourself. Plasma says slave to society. I like the entire subjection. The state is not a person per se. That ends up on a scale then, right? If we change person to legal entity. No, it says person, but do we want to change that to an entity? State of being under the control of another entity. You can be a slave to an organization and not a specific person. You can be a slave to two people, right? Blasphemous. Oh, fuck. Did I call you... Did I misname you again? Kind of feels like I did. I apologize if I did. Slavery can involve getting dicked. Or did you mean dicked? Wait, dish? Wait. How would you pronounce that? Dished? Dictionary. Dict? I like the dict part. It's dict. What? Dictee, even. Yeah, dictee. There we go. That's what it says. Dictee slavery. That's what it says. Nodonner says, can you pronounce the letter ä in Swedish? Ä. Yeah. What would be a... at? No. I'm trying to think of a word in English where that sound is used, because I know it is used. It's ä or ä. Like a mix between A and E. Kinda, in Swedish anyway. Lasmus asks, Cider, do you know anything about the Swedish novel The Red Room? I have heard that name before. I had no idea it was Swedish. The Red Room. Red Room. Alright, a lot of stuff. No novel. Nikki French. Oh, Strindberg. Of course it's Strindberg. That's why I heard it before. I wonder if I've read it even. Red Room, Röda Rummet is a Swedish novel by Strindberg. I had a Swedish teacher who was obsessed with Strindberg. Strindberg. Let's not Americanize the names. It's Strindberg. There we go. It's first published a satire of Stockholm society. It has frequently been described as the first modern Swedish novel. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. They all got the hard-on for Strindberg. In this novel, Strindberg reflects on his own experiences of living in poverty while writing this novel during February in 1879. Mixed reviews in Sweden, it was acclaimed in Denmark, where Strindberg was hailed as a genius. As a result, the Red Room, Strindberg became famous throughout Scandinavia. Someone wrote that it makes the reader want to join the fight against hypocrisy and reaction. I have not read it now. I don't think so. I've read some other of his books though. It's canon in Sweden, actually. What else? There we go. Bibliography. Wait. Alright. What did I read? Fuck, I don't remember. There's a lot of books in here, eh? Ah. Asma says, I would not look up Red Room without the Swedish novel also in the search query. It seemed like a torture flick? Torture movie?
Never breathed deep the sweet proliferous bouquet that is Tortuga.
Actually, what did you mean before about layout for OBS? Don't I have a layout? I didn't understand that bit. Right, the problem also I have with doing the define thing, should we just grab this? I suppose that this is what we could grab. We could just go up and just grab that first definition. But that's right. When trying to define something, that is. What if that doesn't make me happy? I kind of want to look at this as well, WordNet as well. I don't know. That's why I haven't gotten anywhere. I'm like started looking at it and I'm just sitting there staring at it. I don't know how I want to implement dictionary. And either it feels like there's too little information or too much information to post it into chat. I don't know. Lasma says, you know how people design graphically layouts for their stream. Oh, I haven't thought about that, no. I don't have any aesthetics, right? I don't have aesthetic aptitudes. I don't like painting, no. You mean like a square around the camera and whatnot? I was considering getting a green screen though, so I'll be just a floating head. Lasma said it can ask you if you would also like the next definition. Oh, like a chain of commands? Oh, I kind of like that idea. Like that idea. It's just that those dictionaries, like, I'm not very happy with the GNU dictionary, the G side. It's been okay, I guess. But often, like, a lot of the definitions. Oh, but that'll have to do, right? It'll have to do. Then if it's not satisfactory, then I can open the browser and I can just open the browser then if I'm not happy with whatever results we get. So it's a tiered thing. Got maybe 2 possible results in the chat, and if those are not satisfactory, yeah, just go to the interwebs. The series of tubes, yeah, that's what I heard. Roadrunner says a red room is supposed to be a place on the darknet you can pay to watch people get tortured and killed. But it doesn't exist, it's more of a meme. Urban legend. Ah, that's why urban legend showed up on the result. Possible torture room. No Donor asks, have you thought about buying a hot tub for your stream? Yesterday I spent like 3 minutes watching one of the hot tub streams. That wasn't a hot tub. That was a green screen. I felt cheated. I couldn't take it anymore. It was like, no, this is distracting. I don't want to. This is not for me. That's where I ended up. My conclusions, yeah. Not for me. I'm not the target demographic. Too old, I guess. I don't know. Last one says inflatable toys for the hot tub too. Nice. We heard that song, Inflatable You. Tim Minchin. Great song. Actually. Is it called So Rock or So Live? I think it's called So Live. I can recommend that. That live show of Tim Minchin. Great show if you haven't seen it. Oh, they just showed up out of nowhere, eh? You can float around on a raft until it digs its claws into it. Your cat. Ah, There we go. Your cat can float around on a raft until it digs its claws into it. Oh. He would not. He would not accept that. One bit. Oh no, he would hate that. Oh. He would be so angry. I mean, he would not stay on a floating raft like that. He would panic. And the panic would get him dipped into the water. And he would be super angry at me. He would be so angry. Oh yeah. Feels so betrayed. A betrayal. How could you do this to me? Wolf Monkey says, have you thought about buying a hot tub? Go on. Sometimes there are also floaty pools. Node owner says it was a green screen. I'm pretty sure it was a green screen. There was... I took the one that was the most... I think the most popular one. Something on A. I'm terrible with names. It looked like she was sitting on a stool and had a green screen of a hot tub in the back.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Yeah, that's what it looked like anyway. It was not sitting in a pool, that's for sure. As I said, I didn't spend a lot of time watching it, right? I had it on while I was doing other stuff. Yeah. I was doing other stuff and I had it on the second screen just to watch it. Just to see what all the fuss was about. And the fuss, not for me. Yeah, not for me. But that's fine. I don't even remember what they were talking about. It didn't register. Nodona says, these girls go out and buy pools and fill them up in their living rooms without thinking how they're gonna unfill it. I mean, with a bucket? Nodona continues, can you imagine if the side collapsed? I can imagine if the side collapsed. Woof. They sell the water to the guys watching. Of course they do. Of course, that's... yeah. Why not? That's a nice hustle. Someone is prepared to pay for it, like supply and demand. Oh no, it says your house just suddenly flooded with gamer girl bathwater. Maybe that increases the value. Water damage in the house. Yeah, water damage. That increases the value. I woke up once with the whole apartment filled with water. That was not a good time. I don't even fucking remember how it happened.
The single round challenger returns.
It was definitely the cat doing something. One of the cats, yeah. Alright. Amaranth, yeah, that's it. That's the one I was, yeah. Remember, because name sounds like a Pokemon, I think. Well, sounds like a metal band as well. Rasmus says she definitely has a hot tub. Other stuff? Oh, maybe I was imagining. Yeah, bottling and selling it. Yeah, the water. Amaranth is a flower, and I'm not sure what amaranth is. Amaranth. Ah, there we go. It's probably a pun from amor and amaranth. The flower and amor, isn't that like French for my love or something like that? Oh. Banana Waffle Monkey says, Just the row beneath it says, a play on words. Amor means love.
Just need
There
a
we go.
moment to catch my breath.
Got that as well.
Avoid miasma. The safe choice.
A safe choice indeed. That's what I'm going with, always.
Chills the bone. The living pools hold the cure.
Look what I made somehow, he says in all caps. What is this? The Anal Oblivion Splitter. Okay. It's a one-handed axe. With a little bit of physical damage. Little bit of physical damage. Attack speed, critical strike chance, critical strike multiplier, chance to cause bleeding on hit. Wow. Wow, just wow. Oh. That's gotta be expensive, right? Says, why couldn't I find that when I was doing puncture? Can you puncture with an axe? Look at it. That was a beautiful axe. Two exalts. 358 physical DPS. Very nice. What would be Pog? Wait. What do you mean? What would be Pog? Ah. Exalts? Note on it says, I made it so my keyboard can type things like... How do you pronounce that? S? Fuck, it was a long time ago. I studied German. Yeah. Looks like a B, but it is an S. I'm pretty sure. And also an A. Also, I can do E, E. That's probably it. The German E. And the Swedish Ö. Like in girl. Girl. That's how you pronounce that. The Ö. The O with the two dots over it. Ah, here we go. Banana Waffle Monkey said, what would be Pog is if I hit T1 hybrid physical / accuracy since prefix is open. Ooh. That, I don't think so. Alright, Blasphemous wants me to put this image under my cam. Alright, what is this image? Alright. Should I put that image under my cam? I put a green screen and I just pop out of this image. Is that it? I need to get a green screen first. I suppose I could get that. But green screen won't be a thing for another 2 months. Yeah. 2 months at the earliest I'll get a green screen. Yeah. Alright, quote, all fallacies. Yeah, that's on the to-do list as well. Yeah, and it breaks. I still haven't fixed that. You need to add a quote for it to say not 0. 80 out of 0. Actually, I think I need to add that to the to-do list. Fix quote counter broken. I forget about that stuff. Green screen bathtub. Banana Waffle Mix says, oh yeah, my username was inspired by Clockwork Orange. Thanks. Wait. Oh yeah, my username was inspired by Clockwork Orange. Thanks to the stream, lol. Oh, for this character, what was that? I missed it. Beethoven's Nines reroll, huh? I would say it's inspired by, I get that.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Great film. If you haven't seen it, I recommend it. It's one of those movies that if you study psychology, you've probably seen it. Like Memento, that's another. If you've studied psychology, you've probably seen Memento and Clockwork Orange. Maybe One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest as well. Psychology nerd movies. Yeah. Whoa, 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 I'm stuck. Where were we? For this character, yeah. Banana Waffle Monkey voted yes for the philosophical hot tub, as Blasphemous called it. Banana Waffle Monkey says, saw it on a first date. Went in blind. We just popped a random movie in, lol. Well, that's... First date? Oh man, the first. I'm surprised you... the first couple of minutes, right? The scene in the abandoned theater. Ooh, that's gotta be awkward on a first date. Well, here, let's have some rape. Oh. Not at all awkward. And some ultra-violence, yeah. Some of these things. Wolfmunk says about the same as me, which was to say we couldn't understand half of it. Laughing my ass off. Oh, right, yeah. It's a weird movie. That is for sure.
just need a moment to catch my breath.
Ooh, level 81. Ooh, that's 30.
I now
Like
will write
that.
a mighty poem about it.
27. Don't like that. And we get some more evasion and life. There we go. Did want that. And that's Kubrick in a nutshell though, right? Love the movie, I understand. Maybe half of it. What's over here? Some extra stuff.
Low on mana.
Oh. That hit me, eh?
Just need a
Whoa.
moment to catch my
And I'm dead. Lasma says, I don't think I like watching movies for the first time with other people. Makes it harder to concentrate. Depends on the type of movie. And the, the type of person as well. Type of movie, type of person, I would say. Like when I've been in relationships, like that type of... Yeah, that type of movie watching together I do enjoy. Like on a date?
Exile?
Yeah, going in blind watching something on a date. I mean, could get behind just watching something brain dead, I suppose. Because your mind is gonna be elsewhere anyway. Ooh. I like those boots. Just crafting some movement speed. Look at it. Only thing missing is chaos resistance. Wait. Movement speed, suffix or prefix? Gotta know, gotta know. Node owner says, I don't like it when people talk during a movie. Yeah. Awful Monkey says it's a prefix. Great. Then those boots are my new boots. I don't like it when people talk during the movie either. Worst is when you show someone a movie and you think they're gonna like it and they don't like it and they don't pay attention. That's... I can even get frustrated if I notice them not watching the movie. That's fucking weird, right? That's weird. Melee. Well, if you like critting and melee fire, that's a pretty good one.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Oh. Oh. I don't have any chaos orbs. I can't afford it. Oh no. We've got a winner. I've got 0 chaos orbs. I've got 6 alchemy orbs. Why am I so poor? Why am I so poor? Lasma says, Cider, do you analyze the dialogue in movies when you watch them? Usually not. You're kidding, Brown Monkey. Act 1, by the way. Wow. Through red maps. Well, I mean, spells, the weapon isn't that important when you do most spells, right? No, but yeah, no. For me, it's a bit of a passive experience. Watching movies and like that. Yeah. I'm being very passive in watching movies and series. Just letting it happen. On level 13, Act 1, I think. Yeah. Not even a second... not even 2 sockets, eh? What do we have here? Flesh and stone, both of those are auras. Can we support Blood Rage somehow? Make it better? It's my... Ooh! My hit chance is 96%. That's... Maybe I should get the... Ice Golem? I can put the Ice Golem. Would need to recast it all the time, though. That's terrible. Yeah, but level it up. It might stay alive for a little bit if we level it up. Let's go with that. Do you do that, Blasphemous? Analyze the dialogue in movies? I mean, I think subconsciously I pay attention to the plot, and plot holes bothers me. I think maybe some subconsciously, not actively, but I think, yeah, probably some analysis happens, right? That's why I had such a bother watching that anime, because what they were saying and doing made no sense. I couldn't make sense of it. So I think, yeah, maybe, probably I do. I just don't think about it explicitly. Like an activity. Passively, maybe. Through red maps. 10 free sockets open right now. Wow. Movement, guard, curse, totems, all I need. And move/guard are in the same setup. I do, says Banana Wants Monkey. Analyze the dialogue. Though me and my friends agree we're okay talking through it as we watch and pause sometimes. Me and my friends. Me and my friends are okay talking through it. Yeah, pausing and talking about it. Actually, that sounds like a fun thing to do.
The sounds were a real horror show. It was very realistic, and you could even get the heavy breathing and panting of the tall-chopping mount chicks.
Yeah. Seems like it could be fun, yeah? I can put this here. Wait, did I take a map? I did not.
Just need a welcome.
Let's go. Let's go visit Einar. Einar. But that's not talking during the movie. That's pausing and talking in between. I mean, I don't mind pausing a movie. I think I've done that like 1 or 2 times. Just, 23% quality corrupted gem. Nice. Unique gloves. Unique flask. That's interesting. As long as I don't die.
That was fun.
What do we get? Rotgut. Isn't that... Movement speed. Increased charges used. Gain a flask charge when you deal a critical strike. Oh, I have flask charges all the time. Increased movement speed during flask effect. Consumes frenzy charges on use. Gain onslaught for 2 seconds per frenzy charge on use. And increased duration. Gain onslaught for 2 seconds. 2 seconds is not a lot of onslaught. Where's my onslaught? — instead of 6 seconds. However, I'm critting all the time, so could it be spamming this flask, perhaps? Could be spamming this flask on bosses, right? Since I'm critting all the time. Oh, right. Right. Yeah. Yeah, per frenzy charge. Gain onslaught for 2 seconds per frenzy charge on use. And it consumes them. So that I wouldn't get onslaught on the boss. But however, the onslaught disappears anyway. I'm running... How much... What do I get from Blood Rage? How many... That's on death, right? 25% chance to gain a frenzy charge on kill. So I can at most have 3 of them. And usually I probably won't have. Yeah, I'll lose out on a lot of onslaught just for movement speed. I do gain a little bit of onslaught, but it's... Yeah. Yeah, I know. Too bad I got rid of all the frenzy, eh? Right, gloves. Now let's go with gloves. Oops.
Just need a moment to catch my
Strength, cold damage, evasion, cold resistance. Physical damage converted to cold. No, thank you. This is gonna be interesting. What if I get something that I want? Probably won't.
low on mana.
Where did he go? Oh.
The ritual is complete.
Swift affliction, eh? That one is terrible. 25% more damage over time. Yeah, what do we have? Like... Look at that. 57 more chaos damage over time. And 57 more physical projectile attack damage. That's... And vital toxins. 45% more damage with poison. As well as... What is that? 45% more damage with hits. Swift Affliction is a terrible gem. Sad. Create a unique Ewell? Might as well. We're here. Oh.
Just need a moment
Diligent. Dexterity from passives in radius is transformed to intelligence. Oh, too bad it wasn't strength. Cool gem, though. Pretty sure I'm fine with intelligence. Probably fine. I already have those. Had those. Ooh, I can... 3, 4, and 5. I can get rid of these. Armor and evasion. Maximum life, movement speed, stun and block recovery, reduce light. Plus 50 to chaos resistance during any flask effect. The life is terrible. That's a lot of chaos resistance. These boots. These boots are gonna take care of my... I mean, just look at them. They're mad. They're mad. Do I need any... No. It's fine as it is. Did I miss one? Oh, we're good. Lava chamber. Nope, stop doing that. He has figured out a new way to, when he wants attention, he starts clawing on the chair. He has his stuff that he's allowed to claw on, and his stuff he's not allowed to claw on, because he knows he gets attention. He gets the attention, and that is... yeah, he gets what he's after.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Can't really think of any other arguments against owning a person. Not any real good arguments against it. I guess I suppose people do not like to be treated like objects. It's a very... what's that called? A game theory kind of attitude. People seen as objects rather than people. Like a general devaluation. That's not an argument either, is it? That's a personal value judgment, right? You are an object, right? In the set of all objects, you are one of them. I'm pretty sure. Not unless as we own animals, that doesn't mean we can abuse them.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Yeah, yeah, right. And abuse laws in themselves, I would probably be straight on and arguing that those should not be based on ownership, right? Abuse laws should be something else. More, we were talking about personal space. Yeah, ownership is not about... And abusing someone else is not about ownership. That's... yeah, that's abuse. There are laws against that, exactly. But those laws, like laws of different types of abuse, does not need to be connected to ownership at all, right? And I would prefer them not to be. That's about personhood or livingness. That's about pain and suffering. Screw that. Or would that work? Yeah, abuse could be something different, right? I think so. I would count slavery as abuse. Yeah, slavery would require force, right? Some sort of force. And that force would be abuse. Man, Waffle Monkey loves essences. I don't like them. I get... I've started to hoarding, so I never used them. Because I'm hoarding them. Well, they can always get a higher tier. I don't get enough to start actually using them. Sometimes I use them and I always regret it. Yeah, I regret it. Oh, didn't get any good rolls. I might as well have saved them. Maybe that is my mistake. Maybe I should not save them and just use them. Use them all, not level them up. My hoarder mind has issues with that. Also, I'm not a hoarder. Shouldn't say I'm a hoarder. How would you describe that? Without using the word hoarder? Hoarder-like. That's probably fine. Hoarder-like. OCD-like. Nodonor says you can own a person without making them a slave, like how a parent owns a child. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, slavery... They are close to each other, right? The slavery and ownership, but they are not the same. I can get behind that. Oh, that's actually an interesting question then. Would... a person, is that just one thing to own, or could you own aspects? Should you divide a human, a living thing up? No, that's one thing. It's one thing. And alright, and when you do the when you get a job and stuff, what you do is not, you don't sell yourself, you rent yourself out for a time, right? Metaphysically speaking, but you're not selling yourself, you're renting yourself out. What's my guess? I usually use them for an attribute. That's what essences are used for, right? Nodonor says, oh, like strength and dex and int. Okay. Nodonor says, but their ownership of children is conditional. They have to follow the laws, but parents get away with a lot of abuse. I don't like that. Yeah. Like, that's ownership of things as well. Is conditional. In the legal sense. All ownership is conditional, where the government can go in and say, nope, you are not allowed to own this thing anymore, we will take it away from you. Yeah, I really like the idea of completely moving towards a different way of schooling, where the parents are responsible. That you have a building, which is the schoolhouse, but you don't go to classes in the same way. There are teachers and knowledgeable people that work there, but like young children, they always come with their parents. One parent. Right? I see parenthood as it should be a 100% job that the parents can divvy up between them. Right? Full-time job. There we go. Full-time job that the parents could divvy up with between them up to age 10, and then that's my thinking of the thing. At age 11, it's 90% of a full-time job. At age 12, 80%. Age 13, 70%. Right. And in school, the parents are there, so it becomes more of a communal effort. Communal effort. More eyes on the children. More eyes on the parents. Parenthood is one of the most important jobs, right? If we're thinking about the future, if we have a future perspective on trying to make the best possible future, what is the most important job? Yeah, parenting. Parenting. Why don't people get paid for that very important job? That's very curious to me. Attributes or leveling? What's the essence says, yeah. Node says we need to do better as a society to teach people how to be parents and protect children from abuse. I like that, yeah. Same with animal cruelty too, actually. People who kick their dogs, absolutely disgusting. Yeah, more of a communal effort, I suppose. And to support them through it. Yeah. You get compensated for a job. I thought the point of slavery was you aren't compensated. Oh, we're not talking about slavery. We're talking about ownership and parenting. Parenting is not, well... Now, the point of slavery is that someone else makes the decision for you. But we've got... Oh, I don't remember what it's called. We had slavery where one gets paid. Node owner says, yeah, I like that idea. I'm thinking about the parenting idea. Parenting and the school idea, right? Those two get intertwined, two different ideas. Yeah, I like that idea. On the surface, yeah, it is just a surface level idea. I haven't put a lot of practical thought into it. Node owner says, I've had similar ideas. Yeah. I think that would be so great for the children, right? They get to play, but there's... Like, inherently, there are oversight that just doesn't exist today. There's, like, the children bullying other children. If someone's parents is there, right? Just as an oversight, right? Just looking at the kids playing. They don't have to interact. They can just look at them. And they will see if their own child is bullied, if they care. If they don't care, maybe the child who is doing the bullying will notice it. And if not, a lot more eyes. A lot more caring eyes. And that's what children need. Caring eyes. Yeah. Nope. Actually, one way to deal with that would be to actually you wouldn't even have to make parenting a job and pay for it. What you could do would be universal basic income. But since the parents own the child, they are responsible for the universal basic income, like the economic income for the child. So the money goes to the parent. Conditionally, right? With the conditionals. that would be how you got paid for being a parent and spending time being a parent. Yeah. Something like that? Note owner says, kids, especially preteens, are just awful to each other. Yes. There is this idea, I don't know where it comes from, some idea that children are so good and pure. I'm like, have you seen children? And when you talk about how we are born as people are terrible, like our instincts is being terrible to other people. That's why we do parenting. We teach children. Teach children to become responsible adults that are not terrible people. Because they will be if we don't teach them. That's why anyone who behaves terribly, right, they say, oh, you are just a terrible person. Yeah, we're all born terrible people. We get grown out of it. We get taught out of it, yeah. Note owner says, but kids are forced to school where they are bullied the same way every day and can't escape. Yep. It's horrible. Ah, he needs to flee. Scaring him off. I mean, not only being bullied, they are bullying as well, right? They form their tribal little cliques, do all the cult-like behavior. There is this, I mean, there is benefit from children having to interact with other children by themselves, right? You can learn a lot of social interaction by peers. But having the children making all the rules, that's just madness. Yeah. Having children making the social rules, that's madness. Somehow they know what's best for how we should behave ethically and morally. They are the paragons of society of how to behave, and therefore they should make all the rules. That's so dumb. Odin says, sometimes I wish society was more agile, and change could happen faster. It is getting more and more agile every year, isn't it? Look at how much social change has happened in the last 100 years compared to the 100 years before that. And you compare that to the 1,000 years before that. So it is becoming more agile, I think. Note owner says, right now things are bad, but I guess they're consistently bad. You can depend on the badness. I mean, it depends on your frame of reference. I often say that, right? That if in a long enough time-scaled reference. Where are all the Chaos Orbs? It is not. It would not be considered bad from a lot of ways. Yeah, from a lot of perspective, it would not be considered bad. But one reason, the reason things are getting better, is because a lot of people looks at society and say, this is bad, this needs to change. If people did not say, this is bad, this need to change, stuff would not change.
Deep breath, Hardigan. Settle down and think straight.
Yeah, settle down. Think straight. No, Donner says I'm going off. Only the time scale that matters. My lifespan. Oh. Is that the only time scale that matters? Alright. So, fuck the environment. Let's burn the planet to the ground. Fuck the grandchildren. I don't agree. Yeah. Do not agree. There are processes that span lifetimes. I think they are worthwhile efforts. Changing stuff before dying. Building and making improvements over time. No Donor says, if I one day have kids, maybe I will care about their lifespan too. Ah, good point. I have nephews. Nephew and a niece. So that's a very valid point. Is that why I care about the environment? I think I started caring about the environment before there was this assumption. Yeah, I think that was an assumption on my part of future generations that I do care about. So, good point. I have to concede. The only thing that matters is my lifespan, or whatever lifespan I care about. Right, if parenting is ownership, right? And it's your responsibility to, during that parenting ownership, you care about what happens to them and others. Interesting. No, says, I think protecting the environment helps us now, like picking up trash and whatnot. Oh yeah. That word is very vague, isn't it? The environment. I was thinking global warming, melting of the ice caps and all that. Greenhouse effect. When I said the environment. The trash in the ocean. That probably can affect our lifetimes. I get that point. In our lifetimes. I would say not everything is consistently bad. there has happened a lot of nice changes. It's just we're biased to notice the worst things. Right. When I was born, there was no internet. That has been a very fast societal progression. There is this assumption in Sweden, in a way, that everybody should have access to the internet nowadays. That's an improvement, and that's good from my point of view, right? It's not all bad consistently. It's been a more focus on mental health, right? Like in general, society cares more about mental well-being than it did before. Yeah.
Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now.
Say the general scores on IQ tests, there's an inflation where it increases all the time? No, actually. It has stagnated. I remember, I think it was Blasphemous who gave us an article that showed that it had that effect of increasing in IQ scores had stagnated. Pretty sure I read something about that. Don't remember where though. Global warming isn't really something I can affect directly. I disagree. Nodonder says that needs to happen on a worldwide policy level, not on an individual level. I do what I can when I can. Picking up trash, recycling, reusing and saving water and electricity. Oh, then you are, right? It's the sum of its parts. That's what I can do, and I think it helps during my lifespan. Yeah, right? Saving water, saving electricity,
Just need a moment
saving...
to catch my breath.
voting with your wallet. Right? Can affect it directly. Voting with your voting. Right? It's not significant by itself, right? You won't see anything from your actions, but your actions together with everyone else's actions matters.
Low on mana.
Ooh, can I get him to get hit by the thing? That's... Oh, Blasphemous Cider is never going to give up in trying to make us vote. No means no! I would probably actually argue that it's more important to vote with your wallet than your actual vote. Like, consistently. I would probably argue that, yeah. As Nodrunner pointed out, right, it's the bigger entities, like the big fucking companies like Amazon and the countries like America and China, that the decisions made there are way more important than the decisions I make, right? So how I can change stuff is to make my voice heard for these bigger entities, right? I can do shit all about China. I can do some stuff about Sweden, I guess, but... That's the thing about global scales. It's a human issue. It's about all humans.
However will you match that last incredible performance?
Is he being sarcastic? Incredible performance? I think he was being sarcastic. No, no, says I think being engaged on a local level can have more impact than voting for a president. Yeah. I would... Yeah, I would definitely agree with that statement, Nodrunner. In any political question, I think engaging on a local level can have more of an impact, even on global issues, right? Even like global warming and stuff like that. Engaged on a local level probably has a bigger impact, yeah. Doesn't negate other kinds of impacts. Wolfmunk says, oh, did you see the new glove base yet? Did not. Increase damage over time. Ooh. That's what I want. Apothecary gloves. Armor and energy shield. Nope, I don't want that. It's pretty good gloves. What about these boots? Nope. Here it goes. Maybe I should try and do these. See if I can get some better loot. No, not yet. I don't even know what I need to upgrade this. Some better gear. That's what I need. Better gear. I win. Well, not really. This build is way worse than the other builds I've been playing. That's fine. I need a bow. That is what I need right now. Not with that fire damage. I need more physical damage. Alright. Crafting quality on all these things. They all have quality? No. These did not have quality. That did not have quality. All the others have quality. So what do you have? Anything good? No. What about you? No, both of them. We can scour them and put quality on them. Maybe that's 21 to 27. What does this have? I have just the one though. That's the tier I have right now. that's fairly a low tier. What about these? Socketed bow gems. Nope. Don't have any alchemy orbs. To do this, not really.
Exile?
Alright, so in your lifespan. Wait, how did we get into that? Society was more agile. It is kind of getting more agile in our lifespan as well. It's getting faster all the time. I'm not certain that I would know how life will look in 5 years' time. What society will look like. Stuff will probably have changed. Hopefully becoming more agile. But I guess not. I think my speculation would be we're in for a more... What's the opposite of that? Moving towards a little more rigid structures. More rigidity for a little while. Let's go. Actually, I'm not so sure anymore that I know being engaged on a local level. And what you do can... But you can see the changes you make on a local level, right? The changes have, like if we're talking about the global effects, right? You change stuff in your local area, that will have, right? That has changed the world in a global scale, but that has not been very significant. Just like you voting in an election. Why did... It's weird. Have less of an... like... You cannot see any significant impact. But it has also changed. Actually, I wouldn't know for sure. Either way, right? I would not know for sure.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Electricity everywhere. Ooh, another one with 30. Lovely. Yeah, building structures and changing structure, like society structures built for change. I think that would be a good idea. Changing them so that they are adapted to the thing. It's weird, right, that they are not yet. Especially since we have this this voting idea about voting every 4 years, kinda. And then, like, every time it's gonna be like a year of nothing happening, just getting getting used to the new stuff. Oops. That was not the button I meant to press. Ooh. That is not too shabby. No.
Just need a moment to
The
catch
depths
myself.
of a dream, hiding.
Also, there is the amount of effort, right? If you spend, how long does it take to vote? Time and effort. Like in the presidential election, how long does it take? Like a day? How much impact can you do by just spending a day doing stuff in the local area, or the equivalent amount of time? But on a global scale, they're all very insignificant. It's an interesting question of how insignificant we are. Locked door, eh? That was rude. Well, Rothmike says, perk of totems, they can hit shit I can't see due to textures not loading. Yeah. They do all the stuff for you. Right, what's this? Some Xbox One DLC is... reported by Free Game Findings. But I don't have an Xbox One either. Nodonor says, earlier I mentioned Exapunks is a good game. Let me explain why. Yeah. Sure. It is a game that teaches you real programming concepts incrementally with baby steps, and puzzles acts as catalysts to encourage you to tie these concepts together in new and interesting ways. By the end, you'll find yourself solving very complex programming puzzles you never thought you could do. Ooh. The story is interesting and relatable for Linux nerds like us. The game has a lot of side attractions to give you occasional breaks. Alright, You've sold me, right? Did you get paid to say those things? You've sold me. I'm not gonna play it on stream, however. I'm getting that game and I'm playing that with my nephew. Do you think a 10-year-old could play the first levels?
Just need a moment to catch my breath. Low on mana.
I'm gonna fucking force programming onto him. I'm a terrible uncle like that. Just forcing stuff onto him. That's a game we shall be playing. I need to... Yeah, I need to get that. Get that with the nephew. No, don't the first levels? Yeah, sure. Yeah, like he's gonna get bored, right? He's gonna get bored after a while and never want to go back to it. But I can get him to play it for like just getting the basics, or maybe even replaying the first level. Yeah, he's a kid. Kids like doing that shit. Replaying levels. Replaying the first levels again at a later date. Yeah, like the next time I see him, right? I can play the first, like, spend, I don't know, an hour or something with him doing the thing. And then, when I meet him again, like, or it depends. Well, actually, I'm gonna be taking care of him quite a bit. Wait, what did I miss? Oh, and there's one over here as well. Not like every day, but just a little bit. Just a little bit. To get his feet wet. Learning some programming concepts. Thinking like an engineer. Maybe I could foster that. I mean, he's just 10 years old, but he does like video games and he likes putting stuff together. Like with software, he likes putting stuff together with software, so there could be something there. Like he did like Minecraft, for example. That's what it says. Cider forceful, always trying to force upon others, Kappa. Yes. I would not be a very good... In a power of possession, I would be very corrupt. I would probably be very corrupt, yeah, doing stuff my way. Actually, my way would entail a lot of unacceptable things about corruption, though, so maybe it wouldn't be so bad. I don't know. Loves Syndicate. Ooh, that's a 5-linked bow, if I've ever seen one. An Imperial one at that. Nice drop. Alright, I gotta see what dropped for a Banana Waffle Monkey here. Are they gonna stop coming or no? Maybe I can just run away. Wait, what am I doing here? Going here. Syndicate. Attack speed. A lot of physical damage. A lot of attack speed. Critical strike multiplier. Cause bleeding. Increased damage with bleeding. And 24% chance to impale enemies. Wow. That is a weapon, eh? That is a weapon indeed. It's too bad you don't run with the bleeding, like the puncture stuff. Hey. No Donor says redstone in Minecraft could be a learning tool. Yeah, but he... One thing he has in common with me is that he gets bored really quickly. And just getting to redstone and... he's bored long before that. This game is more straight on, right? It's immediately we do the thing that I want him to do. Maybe I could play it on stream as well, because I kind of feel like, yeah, what happens if I buy it is that I'm just gonna be playing it with him and maybe play the first 2-3 levels, then never play it again. You kind of sold me on the idea that I could become better at programming, since I'm a programming noob. I could learn new stuff from a game.
Just need a moment.
Concepts. Putting it together. Right, Sectronics has created a whole genre of games as well, says Nodrunner, known as sack-likes. So if you need more, they exist by other developers. Oh, if I get his feet wet on that type of game, I could get more Sectronics and Sectronic-likes, sack-likes. Nice. What makes they reworked Unveils? Yeah, I thought I saw a lot of stuff I didn't recognize. Or how do you mean, Banana Wolf Monkey? How did they rework it? Slay the Warband. No reflects, I don't think. Yeah, no reflects. Maybe that. Yeah, we'll try this. We'll try this. Northern says, oh, one more thing. Most Sectronic games come with manuals. Paper manuals. Print them and put them into a binder or bring a PDF window next to the game. Oh, you're supposed to read the manuals? Then I definitely should play it first with the manual, so that I could be the manual for my nephew. He would not have the attention span to reading. Reading to play a game? What are you talking about? Banana Wolf Monkey says, they made it so when an item has a veiled mod and you unveil it in June, that unveiled version from June will be stronger than the one that you can craft at a bench. You know what? I had always assumed that was the case. Banana Wolf Monkey says, in part because they introduced a new veiled Chaos Orb. Wait, veiled Chaos Orb? What's that?
Come on, sit up. Deep breaths. All right.
Depends on the game, but yeah. The manuals are awesome, you'll see. Alright, I will see. Oh, fuck. I feel like postponing all the other stuff and doing this, playing that game as ASAP, because I am gonna within the next I don't know when, but within the next couple of weeks there will be a span of time where I will have to take care of the nephew, like I think it's a 6-week period where I don't know, maybe half of the days during that 6-week period I'm gonna have to take care of the nephew. So prepping for that is a good idea, I think.
The Atlas container is a caveat.
Yeah, doing some prep work.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Ooh, another 30% one. Great stuff.
This should be quick.
I died. Note says I should make a Steam curator with all the sacklags, assuming there isn't one already. Yeah. It's a good idea. Ooh, mission complete. Nice. Might as well. Oh. Pull up, eh? Ooh. New hideout.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Why is that not working? Ah. Was hitting the... Whoa! Some other things. The gravestones. Hideout is unlocked. Great stuff. Here's one. Steam Curator for programming puzzles, eh? Well, of them, eh? Real life websites, eh? Alright. That is one.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Demon Dagger. Do I have room for that? I do not. Unless I toss this bow. I don't want to toss that bow. I can toss these gloves, though. They won't help me. Not really. Only 12 games, but they're mostly sack-likes. Only 12 games. Oh, wow. Oh, less to pick and choose from? Wish my totems survived a little bit better. Owner says there's more programming games like that. I know it. Yeah, of course there are. There's gotta be. If it's one type of person that have a tendency to become a programmer, that's a gamer. There's an overlap, isn't there? It's not a Sacktronics, but one could argue that the Digital Crack. Oh, sorry, no, Factorio is a programming game. One could argue a little bit, right? In a different sense. Different indeed. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Right. This fucker has to go. One of them has to go. And I'm dead. No, says, I wouldn't say that. I mean, it's different. It's not comparable. But you do, I mean, it's a little bit of programming. Comparable to, at least. Like if you take the main boss as if you run a main loop, right? And then you have your functions sticking out from the main boss. You have functions that create they get an input and you give them, right? Input, output. And then you ferry it around. I would definitely say that there are some programming aspects to that. Note says, I think there's more programmers who are gamers than gamers who are into programming. Yes, definitely. Definitely more programmers who are gamers than gamers who are programmers. That's not even close. That's not even close. But if we just look at the programmers, there is the overlap. Note says, like, we play Factorio and whatnot. Most gamers don't play those kinds of games. Yeah. Yeah. Most gamers, like, it depends on where you draw the line, right? One could ask you, most gamers spend their times playing on mobile phones. Smartphones. If your definition of a gamer is just a person who plays video games, right? Can we get him? Can we separate them? I don't want to fight both of them next to each other. It's just... Are we good? Are you coming over here? Are you coming over here?
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Did not separate them. Fuck. Fuck. Why do they have to do that? Why? Why did they have to do that? But on Wafflemug says, time to fuck Byron up. Ooh, nice. Good luck. Good luck to you, sir. Beat him shit. Note says, I'm not into weird gatekeeping. I think playing games makes you a gamer. Yeah. That's most gamers then. Would that be gatekeeping? Oh, you can define, right? You can, well, I would say everyone who plays games are gamers. Like, that's probably tabletop games as well, right? Yeah. And then you could subcategorize, or gatekeep if you want to call it that, right? Into PC gamers and mobile gamers and tabletop gamers and PlayStation gamers and so on and so forth. That would be... Yeah, I would go for that. That separation. Oh, he's almost dead. Just... Can burst him down. Die! There we go. And he lost his thing, so... Whittling them down. Anyone? Do you have to consider it a hobby? Or are you a gamer if you... Like, how often do you have to play games to be considered a gamer? That's one interesting definition, like gatekeeping aspect. Probably anyone... Whoa! Maybe people get to decide for themselves if they're a gamer or no. Maybe that's not for me to decide at all. Then maybe people playing mobile games don't consider themselves gamers, and then maybe they're not. Interesting. No, Donner says, no, a category of gamer is different than gatekeeping. Yeah, gatekeeping would be, that's the difference, right? Gatekeeping is saying to someone else that they are allowed to call themselves a gamer or no. That's gatekeeping. So anyone who's a gamer is anyone that says they are a gamer, right?
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
That would be gatekeeping, me saying anyone who plays mobile games every day are a gamer. That's kind of gatekeeping, no? Blasphemous says, just because I played a game does not mean I want to be a gamer.
Low on mana.
Wait. Oh. Oh no, I'm dead. Wait, can I get out? Oh, I've got a heal. Did I misname you again? Is that what happened? You have the same color on your names today. Both blue, the most difficult one to read as well. Blasphemous say it was him who said the thing about want to be a gamer. And he follows that up with, did I break cider on that one? No, I mean, I would say, right, if I'm quite happy with saying that, right, people define themselves, right? Who decides if I'm a gamer? That's me deciding that. So, you don't have to say, I don't want to be a gamer. You can just say, I am not a gamer. Right? Isn't that how it works? I think that's how it works.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Exile. Hello.
Actually, I'm gonna keep that. Not gonna keep that. 1 Chaos Orb. Yeah, I'm super poor in the game. Super poor. Lana Waffle makes this Baron dead easy. Follows up with the quote. And the quote is that the Autobot wants to make love to Banana Waffle Monkey. I screwed that up, didn't I? Baron dead easy. I haven't even killed the Baron once. You've killed him with 2 characters.
Why do you think this?
Node Runner says, I think it's super simple. Anyone who plays games is a gamer. If people don't want to use the label of gamer because they don't want to associate with the image of what a gamer is, that is up to them. But in my book, if they play games, that's what gamer means. So, isn't that gatekeeping? Well, like reversed gatekeeping. Lana Waffle Mike says, yeah, but I'm also trading for stuff. Yeah, true enough, true enough. Actually, I'm quite curious. What is gatekeeping? Gatekeeping. Urban Dictionary, I'm guessing that's the way to do it. When someone takes it upon themselves to decide who does or does not have access or rights to a community or identity. That would be identity, right? Is that it though? Or is identity a gamer? I mean, if you say I am a gamer, then that is an identity, right? Right? Didn't you take it upon yourself to decide who is a gamer? But that's... A gamer is just someone that plays games, right? It's not... Yeah, we're not talking identity. You're just talking words here. You're talking someone who plays games. Like, games are a noun, and gaming is a verb. If you're doing the verb gaming, then you are a gamer that plays a game. Like, semantically. There we go. No? It's not about identity. It's about language. Okay. If you are dancing, you are a dancer. But there is a difference between just being a dancer when you are dancing or identifying. There we go. There's a difference. You can be a gamer and you, as an identity or part of a community, just like you can be a dancer as part of your identity. Blasphemous says, yes, I don't want to be associated with that label. Yeah, when people label identity or community, that's what we're talking about. I mean, when you are playing games, you are a gamer, but there's 2 different meanings to the word. One is just a noun as the doer of the thing, and the other thing is an identity question, right? Banana waffle maker says probably more of a marketing tool now anyways. Lasmus says, I don't care about anime and cosplay like many other gamers on here seem to. Gaming is not my identity. Well, cosplay and anime, aren't you a cosplayer and anime fan? Gaming is not my identity. I don't spend a lot of my free time doing it. I don't get hyped about new games. I don't like most channels on Twitch. It's blasphemous. Oh. I like playing video games. I could identify as a gamer just like that. I don't care about cosplay. I like some anime. I get excited about playing new games. New for me, not new as in came out recently, but I like finding something new and interesting, yeah. Nodunner says, I think that's more of a quirk of language. We don't specify if someone just enjoys dancing casually or is a professional dancer. You can identify as a dancer not doing it professionally, right? Like a hobby, right? There's a, yeah, that's the triple difference, right? Dancing, you're out dancing, so you are a dancer at that very moment. You can go dancing every week, and then you're a dancer. Or you can dance professionally, and then you become a dancer. So gatekeeping, wouldn't gatekeeping be... No. Fuck. Gatekeeping seems like a weird fucking word to talk about, since language is arbitrary and mean different things in different contexts. So, is gatekeeping really even a thing? I mean, access to a community I can get, right? You're not allowed in here. Access to an identity. I don't see how that could happen. Right? Identity is something you do as an individual. Categorize is like identify you do about yourself, right? Categorize you do about others. You cannot, right? I think so. Waffle says the word is dilettante, I think. What's that? One who dabbles in an art or a field of knowledge. Nice. Dilettante dancer. Alright. So that's the language thing, right? Dancer is the top categorization. Dancer is like you're just dancing at the moment. Just casually dancing. Casual dancer. Dilettante dancer or professional dancer. That would be the language difference between the things. Asma says, join a dating site. Maybe I will in the future, yeah. You get at least a 50% chance if they like video games that they are also into cosplay and anime. Yeah, that's correlation, right? I guess you can get a correlation between gamers and fantasy. Or gamers and sci-fi as well. Gamers and EDM, right? You can probably get correlations for a great many things. Right? Oh no, people start drowning because we increase the sales of ice creams. We should forbid ice creams. No, that's unfair. There are similarities between the enjoyment, I suppose. No Donner says, no matter who you are or why you're dancing, I think you're a dancer. Yeah, exactly. And that's why we use the... We can specify if we want to Node Runner. Like dancer is the top category, and then we got subcategories of dancer. Just like we have gamer as the subcategory that's about categorizing. Not about identifying, categorizing. Anyone who's playing game are a gamer. Then we can subcategorize what type of game. Right? Do you do it as a hobby or a professional gamer? Right? We can use prefixed words to help us with our categorizations. Wolf Monkey says, we just need a modifier to pair with the word. Exactly. A prefix. Banana Wolf Monkey says, or the fact that a lot of animes have games with the same characters. Oh. I was not aware of that. I suppose. Let's go do dunes. Do I want to spend my alchemy orb on this? Yes. No reflect. Alright, we got lucky. Interesting definitional things. Well, Wafflemonkey says, like there's a lot of Dragon Ball games, both RPG and fighting genres. So I imagine that would lead to there being a lot of overlap. Oh yes, of course. Of course that becomes an overlap. I can imagine. Yeah, like I watched shows or movies. If I've read the book, there's a greater statistical chance that I will also watch the movie when it comes out.
I'm a leaf on the wind.
Or play the game. Or whatever. When they cross-pollinate like that. Blasphemous says, if I meet enough people that say they are into gaming and many of them like very similar things, which I am not into, it is like a culture I do not relate or want to identify as. Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, that's what we talked about. Categorizations you do about other things. Identify you do for yourself. I mean, and making that word identity for me. I can say that I identify as a gamer, but I don't identify with the aspects like I have not watched Dragon Ball Z, and I'm not interested in watching Dragon Ball Z or stuff like that, right? Because identifying with something is something I do, so I can pick and choose. Just because someone else identifies as a gamer and does X, I can also identify as a gamer and I don't have to do X. I think that's fine. Oh, and that's where gatekeeping comes in, because people identify as a gamer and then they see someone else identifying as a gamer, and that person does stuff that they don't do. Therefore, they start to gatekeep. Well, I don't do that. Therefore, a gamer can't do that. That's the mistake the gatekeepers do, right? No? Did I get it right? Oh, hello, Roostercock. Nice to see you again. How are you doing? Let's see. Oh, wow. I think I missed something. Banana Waffle Monkey said, pretty sure Naruto is the same case. Maybe. No Donor says, fuck anime and cosplay. I hate that shit. I love gaming though. Don't put me in the same bubble as those people. I've seen good animes and bad animes. I've played good games and bad games, I suppose, as well. Banana Waffle Monkey says, it sounds like you hate the fandoms more than the art forms. I feel that way about political parties. Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't... When I say that I identify as a gamer, that's just about me and the relationship with the art form or entertainment form. Both the entertainment and art of video games. I don't... for me, it's about identity, not about being part of the community. That's also a distinction we're making, right? And it's fine to look at it differently. I think there's no... I wouldn't want to force my way of looking upon it onto anyone else, right? Like Blasphemous have for example, more of a looking at the community of, or the group of people who do identify, and he thinks that that is important in regards to identity. I don't, and I think that's fine. However you wish to look at it. Because language is arbitrary and weird. Oh, actually, I feel... I don't know if political parties do art forms, but I dislike the political parties' policies as well. I dislike their policies and the people in them. Dislike both. Roostercock says, there's good anime, but it's buried deep under the mainstream. Is it? I'm doing fine, thank you, says Roostercock. Great. I mean, great anime. What's it called? Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. But I can also see that it's not for everyone, right? It's not for everyone. I can see someone just bouncing off the art style of anime, because it's... Sure, they have different art styles, but comparing Disney animation to Japanese animation, there are differences, right? And people can just say, "Oh, I don't fucking like this. I'm not even gonna bother." And they can hate that stuff, and that's fine, right? I can bounce off stuff based on just some simple stuff, right? I don't like the basic premise. I've used that example plenty of times, so I'm gonna use it again. Right, the basic premise of the Quran, I think it's dumb, so I'm not gonna read it. Religion, yeah. I'm not interested in reading religious text. Not even close to interested. Whoa.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Oh. Another 5-linked Imperial Bowie. Ah. Note Runner says, people who play phone games aren't real gamers. I think you've forgot about the quote things. People who play phone games aren't real gamers. Maybe if they bought a console, but even then they wouldn't be as much of a gamer as a PC user. Yeah. And that categorization does not help me at all. But I like the thing of everybody who plays games are gamers. Oh. People who play phone games are gamers, but they are not PC gamers. Well, they could be both, I suppose. Of course, there's an overlap. There's got to be an overlap, right? Yeah, there has to be an overlap. So, of course, you can be both. Then we're talking about categorizations, right? Yeah, it feels like that is the mistake that is happening, right? They identify as a gamer, whoever says this thing, therefore starts to categorize based on that identity rather than having it make semantic sense. And I like having it make semantic sense. Lasma says, yes, fandom, good word. I will use that more. Yeah, it is a good word, fandom. I like that. No Runner says, hashtag PC Master Race. Lasma says, hashtag Linux Master Race. Hashtag Linux is the best operating system. Can't we just say that? That is a fact, right? Best is not at all subjective. A subjective value judgment. No. Best is objective. For sure. Everybody knows that Linux is the best. Roostercock says, what even is a gamer? Oh, you came in after we started that. A gamer is someone that plays a game. Could be your first time ever playing any game. Could be tabletop. Could be cards. Could be chess. Could be on phone or anything. It's a over category of anyone who plays a game. That is a gamer. So someone who plays games, yes. Then if someone played like 1-2 video games in his life, is he a gamer? He's a gamer when he's playing them. Or she. I play video games quite often, but I wouldn't call myself a gamer. Yeah, that's the distinction we make, right? We categorize someone who plays games, and then we can do subcategorizations, right? Someone who plays games as a hobby, like a daily gamer, or a professional gamer, or a PC gamer, right? There's plenty of different subcategories of gamers, if we want to define and semantically do the thing. The other thing we're talking about is calling myself a gamer. That is identity building. That is something quite different to being categorized as a gamer. Right? In that sense, you are the person who decide, right? Identifying as or with something, only you can do that. I cannot do anything with your identity, right? That's all you, not me. Well, I can categorize you as a gamer, right? You maybe wouldn't call yourself a gamer, but when you are playing a game, I would categorize, not ascribe you the identity of, but I would categorize you as. If that makes sense? Roostercock says that Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is closer to mainstream, I would say. Oh, that makes sense. That's one. I love that show. I love that show. Then he says a really good anime is Gambling Apocalypse Kaji, but the art style is ugly as hell. That was an example of that. And someone would bounce off that. Of course some people would bounce off the art style. Like, I can't watch this. Plasma says, I might need a new DNS server. I think it's been screwing with me for the past 2 days. How do you notice that, Blasphemous? I'm curious. I'm not... I pretty much know what they do. It's all there in the name, right? Domain name server. Service server. Domain name service server, because domain name server would be weird. No runner quotes. I'm going to force my nephew to read religious texts. It's either if he was religious, probably. Yep. Probably, right? So corrupt. So corrupt. Yeah. Blasphemous says, Slider, if everyone's a gamer, nobody's a gamer. / sarcasm. Yeah. I get that. Because when I start losing connections randomly. Oh. That sounds terrible. Losing connections terribly and just randomly.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Check it out. Quote, pick a number, double it, add 10, divide by 2, subtract your original number. Your current number is now 5. Alright. Banana waffle monkey says, oh hey, everyone should try that. The maths thing? The pick a number thing? I'll take your word for it. I will take your word for it. Been exposed to those kind of things plenty of times before. They've always worked. Could see someone making shit up and having it not, like, having it not work just because. I'm just gonna assume they didn't do that. It's a fun party trick, yeah. Plenty of fun party tricks all around. Mental manipulations. When I'm watching my nephew, since my my brother is owning my nephew, right? Am I lending him them then when I watch him? Wait, no. Am I borrowing? He's lending, I'm borrowing. Right. We have, in Swedish, those two are the same words. And one word for both lending and borrowing. Well, it would be lending out, would be the literal translation. So I'm borrowing my nephew and I'm in charge. So from that perspective, maybe not so corrupt anyway. Because I'm in charge of how he spends his time then.
Just need a moment.
Lastman says, when you get married, is it like two corporations merging? I don't fucking know. I think marriage is a weird thing. Do you think marriage is about ownership? I mean, religiously speaking, it's more like not a merger, but one company buying and absorbing the other religiously, right? Because it's, as far as I understand, in the It's the man who started owning the woman. Historically speaking. I don't think a lot of people would call it that today.
I suppose I was a fool.
But I think today it's not about ownership. I mean, people do change their names. I would say more that it's
Salah.
legal entity is created. So it's more like the formation of a corporation rather than two corporations merging. Yeah, because the two can own stuff together, right? The couple becomes one legal entity. That legal entity is the owner of the children. I think. That would make sense metaphysically, I think. Nodon says, I've heard people describing it like a business partnership. I don't think, I'm just gonna assume here, but that when people describe it like that, they're not talking about the metaphysics of how the thing works. I think they're just talking about the approach they take to what they get out of it. No? Don't you think, No Runner? Yeah, it's more of an attitude rather than trying to describe it. Does that make sense? Save this. Ooh. Where are my flasks? Stibnite. What level are you? 38. We do want to replace these. Definitely. We got a few bows just lying around here now. Right. Roostercock says, aside from common ownership, isn't marriage just two people vowing to live a life together before all their families and friends? Yeah. It depends on what the vows are, right? Vow a lot of weird shit that they cannot hope to know for a fact. Like I know some of them promise to have feelings for each other. It's like, you're not in control of your feelings. People should know better than to promise stuff like that. I wish people got more educated about how they worked. Like, I promise to love you and cherish you forever. And I'm like, how? You don't know. No, as an attitude isn't physical. You might even say it's metaphysical. Nope. Just, That's not what metaphysical means. We're talking philosophy here. You can't just make up arbitrary words and decide what they mean for yourself. Oh, wait. See what I did there? I thought it was funny. Asuma says, I've never sat back and appreciated how easy on the eyes the colors in this game are. Colors in this game are. On Path of in Path of Exile, you mean?
The single round challenger returns.
Therefore, we get this vomit green all over the screen now. Oh man, easy on the eyes, eh? Vomit green. No, but it's a pretty game. Or are you playing something else yourself, Blasphemous? No, I'm not wanting that.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Yeah, but I feel like the game is easy on the eyes. Oh, hello, Tane. Nice to meet you. I think this is the first time me seeing him this league. Yeah, first time. Woo. Roostercock says, that depends on your definition of love. Which I think can vary from person to person. Love and cherries, those are emotions. Roostercock, right? Isn't love an emotion? Right? Like you can love licorice or not. But you don't make the decision for emotions. Emotions happen to you, Roostercock. You don't create emotions. Emotions happen to you. So how could one promise to do something when they are not in control of the thing? Alright, so someone vowing to always love the other might not be a bad vow, as long as the other understands what love means for that person. Also, love might not mean emotions for them. Love might mean a pattern of behavior, and they would promise to always follow that pattern of behavior. That I would say, I will promise always to be kind to you. I think that's more apt, because I'm pretty sure love is an emotion. Banana Waffle Monkey says about the colors, because people yelled at GGG in the past few leagues to be more considerate about the color schemes. Huh, there we go. I didn't even notice. I've always found it nice on the eyes. Nodonor says, I thought the whole point of this stream was looking up the definition of words promptly. Yep, you've got a point. Good point. Strong affection for another, arising out of kinship or personal ties. Yeah, strong affection. You are not in control of that. Good looking out, Nodrunner. Banana Waffle Monkey says, assuming I can type out the definition before someone else looks it up. Indeed. Lasmus says, love is sometimes shared psychosis. It's like addiction. It's like a high, not like a psychosis. Lasmus says, especially if it was any of my exes. Right. Psychosis. Serious mental illness, such as schizophrenia, characterized by defective or lost contact with reality, often with hallucinations or delusions. Yeah. Have you ever had a psychosis before, Lasmus? I've had one. That was nothing like being in love. Yeah. It's more like an addiction. You get super fucking high on all those... what are they called? The chemicals. Love is a chemical imbalance. That is what it is. Yeah, you get high by all the... You become irrational and you just care about this one thing. Like an addict. I would say so, yeah. Roostercock says, for me, love is certainly not an emotion. It is a state of me caring about and trusting the person a lot. Caring about and trusting the person. Trust. And that's a decision, right? Caring? Do you decide to care about someone? No, that's not in control though. So half of it you're in control of, I suppose. Maybe you're not in control of the trust thing either. But also, I mean, in the context we were talking about, you promise to love someone, you promise to always trust them, then they go around and stab you in the back. So what about your promise then? Should you still trust them and then they stab you in the back again? Oh, you promised to trust them, so now I've got to trust them. No, it's not. No, you're not in. No, you're not in control about either trust or caring. Blasphemous says, Cider, how did you feel about Dystopia's Love-Hate? I can't say. I listened to the album. I didn't watch the name of the songs, and I wasn't active listening. It was passive listening. Wait, hearing, listening. What's the difference? All right, it was a passive thing. I just listened to the People Equal Garbage. That was the only one I specifically actively listened to. The other ones I just had on in the background. Roostercock says, I like the 4A definition. Wait, 4A? Where is it? I'm confused. Or a definition of love? That's something else. Or a definition. The smartest, most fucked up floor to... I think this is not it. No, Donner says, I think you might have missed the last part of my message. Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Yes, I did. I disregarded it. Oh, that's funny. All right. No, Donner says, I thought the whole point of this stream was looking up definitions of words, promptly disregarding... Oh, wow. And then promptly disregarding that interpretation. Yeah. Well, we interpret the definition. So we might disregard the definition, not through our own interpretation. Yeah. Looking up definition and then just promptly disregard them. Yeah. That's pretty much what I do, yeah. I did miss that part. Blasphemous says, looking back, I do not think I really loved any of them. That's your past becoming tainted by the present. Every time you recall a memory, Blasphemous, that memory changes. That memory changes over time. Yeah. So it's difficult to say. And also, there's a difference between, like, that psychosis you talk about. I would not define that, the thing you called psychosis that I called an addiction. I would actually not call that love. I would call that a crush. Like mad attraction. That is not love. Not for me, anyway. Yeah. Strong affection for another, arising out of kinship or personal ties. Oh, 4A. Wait. What happened? 4A, there we go. How did I miss this? Very weird. Unselfish, loyal, and benevolent concern for the good of another, such as the fatherly concern of God for humankind, brotherly concern for others. I don't like that. Love for me, when I feel love, it's selfish for me. It's benevolent for sure. Benevolent concern for the good of another. Yeah, I do have that. But yeah, love for me is definitely selfish. Oh! Alright, Rooster Cog said, you're on psychosis. Go back to the love definition. That's why I didn't find 4a, because there was no 4a on psychosis. Great. Nodunner says, I think vows are weird gatekeeping over your future behavior. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Why? Why do you gatekeep your future behavior? I mean, stuff changes. Your attitude might change. So you might want to change your behaviors. That's... Yeah, even that point. Even if it was about behaviors, promising behaviors. I mean, I suppose if you get children together, it would be a good thing to make a promise to take care of the child and take your responsibility for the child, for example, for a number of years. And gatekeeping your own behavior, right? Even if you would want to change, you could then use that promise to enforce that behavior on yourself and making a better job of it, right? It's like New Year's Eve vows people take. It's about you making a decision in the now that will help you keeping on having that pattern of behavior, right? So I can see the value in a vow.
Maybe he did something right, something everybody else in history done wrong.
What, like eat the food, drink the water, and breathe the air?
Hope you're all taking a second and taking a deep breath now that I spent the effort to make that happen. It's good for you. Yeah. Alright, human garbage. Human equals garbage is dystopia. People equals shit is Slipknot. Yeah, I get confused. Blasphemous says, sometimes you have to assume he might take it too literally, Rooster Cock. I mean, you don't have to assume, it will happen either way, right? Without your assumption or with it. Yeah. Sometimes there will be a literal... Well, most of the time there will be literal definitions. Well... Literal is... Yeah. I have a certain way of defining stuff that might differ from yours. And that's fine. Misunderstandings happen. That's something that can be discussed and changed. Yeah. Blasphemous says, no, as in, I was in love with the idea of being with them more so than I actually should have been in love with them, because there were clearly no reason to do so. And that's my whole argument about love, is that you are not in control. It's not a rational thing, love. Love is not rational. There are no rational, like, it's an emotion. That's why I'm trying to argue that. Yeah. Even with the 4a definition, that was emotional stuff. Stuff that you were not in control of. Any amount of rationalizations did not change your feelings. If I slap you in the face, you will get angry. You cannot decide not to. If you have that predisposition, you will get angry. Right? You cannot decide to be, oh, you slap me in the face, I'm gonna decide not to become angry. That is not how emotions work. Same with love. You do not decide to love someone. You don't control your feelings. They happen to you. I'm trying to say this over and over and over again. That is how emotions work. There are no reasons. I mean, you could make explanational, like biological things. Oh, maybe it was their smell that made you start loving them and stuff like that. But maybe it was like they were very beautiful and therefore you fell in love with them or whatever, right? It could have been whatever thing possible, but they are not rational things. Not from your point of view. There could be rational explanations about why they happen, but that is not the experience people have. Yep. Alright. Blasphemous continued. Since then, I have grown to tell women that if they assume they are in love with me when it is clear to me that they are more in love with the idea of being in love, whether with me or someone else. Wait. Since then, I have grown to tell women that if they assume they are in love with me, when it is clear... So, you take it upon yourself to decide what they are feeling, Blasphemous? That is very rude of you. I would hope you wouldn't do that. I mean, that's not very friendly or ethical at all. Just decide how someone else is feeling, right? They obviously have... more authority in giving statements on that matter than you do. They have first-hand experience of their feelings, right? You don't get to experience their feelings. Therefore, they have the authority. And it has to be that way. Any other way would be... Right? It's like that thing. It's so frustrating to me. Someone says, don't be angry. And I'm like, I'm not angry. No, you are angry. I'm like, I just said I wasn't. But now I'm becoming. Because you just decided what I was feeling for me. That's... Yeah. I don't like that at all. Banana Waffle Monkey says, I just made some massive upgrades with the profits from the Chayula Pure Bridgestone. I'm ready to fuck some maps up. How far into maps are you now? Yellow getting to red already? No Donner says, do people equal shit? I mean, shit exists inside of them and occasionally makes an appearance. No, it's a song, a Slipknot song. And I would say no, they don't equal shit. Like they don't equal garbage either, for that matter. It's those lyrics are emotional, not categorizational, right? They're not supposed to be semantic. Art, it's like a comparison. It's like a metaphor. Ah, there we go. It's a metaphor that people are garbage or shit. There we go. So metaphorically speaking, maybe they are shit. Maybe they are garbage. The Roostercock says, anyway, I don't agree that trust and caring about a person are feelings, at least not for me. It would be for a long discussion. Oh, I've got time. If you've got time, I'm happy to have those discussions. I could probably be convinced to... I mean, I don't want to gatekeep and decide for you how you would want to define the things. I mean, caring for, I would say, could both be a verb and an emotion, right? Like we call what nurses do. They care for people. And that's a verb. And a verb, when we're talking verbs, of course you can control your actions. So maybe it doesn't have to be a long discussion. Maybe I can just be fine with that is what you meant, right? Node Runner says, I think partnerships are based on love that don't last. Right. Node Runner says, I think partnerships based on love don't last. Depends on your definition of love. Because love is based on the idea of a person rather than who they actually are. That was confusing. I also said, you're angry. I can tell. Stop it. I got excited there for a bit. Get excited. So, best thing to do is not say stop it, but to ask someone to take a deep breath. That's always good advice, I think. Alright. I think partnerships based on love. We're talking romantic partners here. That are based on love. I don't think I want to say either way on that. I don't know enough about that. I think sometimes they can last, sometimes not. I think that if we talk about the crush kind of love, the most immediate, the falling in love part, I would agree that that is not what makes a romantic partnership last. I wouldn't say that it causes a partnership not to last either. I would say that it's probably not one of the main things that are relevant for it lasting or not lasting. It has some relevancy, I think. But it's probably one of the minor factors. If we... That would be my guesswork anyway. Yeah. Oh, I'm far behind on the chat now. Lana Waffmike says low reds. Ah, right, he's on the low red maps. Nice. I'd be through reds if I could get them to drop. Ah. It's just about getting them to drop, eh? Lana Waffmike says, oh nice, you can trade with Kadiro now. If the coins are in your stash instead of having... Oh, nice. Quality of life stuff. Don't have enough coins to do any of that though. But, Nodona says, I think it is weird gatekeeping over who can be shit. Wait, the metaphor? I'm confused. Alright. People can identify as metaphorical shit if they like. And I wouldn't want to gatekeep for anyone wanting to do that. Also, I would be surprised for people wanting to do that. I've heard people do that before, though. I'm a shit person. Actually, I think... Doesn't Raskolnikov do that? No, the Marmalade dude. Oh, fucking, I don't remember what it's called. But that's what he did, right? He said he was shit all the time, identified as being shit. Lasma says someone has to be the rational one and let the other one know that to be in love with someone takes knowing them a lot more than they believe they know them. Yeah, I like that distinction, right? The distinction between the crush and the love, right? A lot of people say falling in love or I fell in love with you immediately or on a first sight. I would like that to distinguish that and call that a crush, right? Something like that. While love is something to grow over time. I would like that. I would like those differences in definitions. I like that, Blasphemous. So I was misunderstanding you then. You're not telling them how they feel. You're just saying that you want to define what the words mean differently. Them disagreeing with you must also be fine, though, I suppose. No, you would have to find some way of... Right? If you're trying to get a partnership, you would have to find some way to come to an agreement on that part. Alright. He continues, I can't sit back and allow someone to think they are in love with me based on a simple superficial things that I know are not me. Therefore, enters the idea of being in love with someone. But that's the thing, right? They just had a different definition of what love meant. Right? So that sounds just like a misunderstanding, Blasphemous. Yeah, that definitely sounds like a misunderstanding between you and that woman. That you defined a word differently. Right. Loving the idea of being in love with someone? Yeah, you said that before as well. I didn't really understand what that means. Loving the idea of being in love with someone. Like watching romantic comedies and thinking that real life works like that? Is that what you're thinking? They want something that looks like a romantic comedy? Is that what you're saying? I don't quite understand that bit. Banana Wolf Monkey says, damn, the ultimatum fucked me, but I fucked the rest of the map up, including harvest. Yeah, ultimatums. Damn it. Oh, nice harvest, though. Banana Wolf Monkey continues. Ultimatums is nasty the way it stacks on the map mod since your start alking. Yep. Oh, never mind. It says it was the Beyond the Boss. With the fire circles of death. Oh no. Those are the worst. The fire circles of death. Roostercock says it would be an interesting discussion for me as well. But very difficult to do through Twitch chat, at the very least. I can see where you're coming from when you say that they are feelings. Blasphemous says, love gets too easily thrown around like friend. I did that the other day. Threw it around too easily. Did you just gatekeep that, Blasphemous? Gatekeep love and friends? Did I understand that correct? I find gatekeeping very weird. I don't understand it. Doesn't make sense to me. Alright, and Roostercog says to Blasphemous exactly. Right? Just look at this. Look at this. You say it gets thrown around too easily. Depending on what definition, right? You have an idea in your mind when you say love. Someone else, when they say the word, they have another that might not even be one of these. It might not even be one of these. I think. Banana Waffle Monkey says, if you want a word with a lot of definition, set. Oh, I don't want that. And I was thinking, Roostercock, that maybe caring, right, where was it, for a, no, concern. Concern for the good of another. Yeah. Why do you want concern for a good of another? I mean, I suppose you could have concern, right? I have concerns for people that I have no emotional connection to, so I suppose, yeah, I could get behind a definition of concern for other people. And that is fine. So I don't even really think that there is a big discussion, right? I can feel concern for the I don't know, the Uyghurs in China that are being well, China is doing genocide at them, right? It really seems like it, right? And I can feel concern for them, but I have no emotional connections to those people. Maybe that's... But that concern as well is still derived from emotion in the very back, like... Comes concern for just... You're any man. I don't want any person to be tortured. Because I don't want to be tortured, and I don't want my family to be tortured. Therefore, it makes sense to me to extend that emotional concern. But the concern itself are not emotions. Just like care does not have to be emotions. Roadrunner says not to them, just at them. Yeah, at them. I suppose, yeah. Actually, I'm not quite sure about that specific distinction, but... Probably at them, then. Lasma says, thanks to Facebook, people have thousands of friends. Yeah. There's different types of friends, but sure. You don't have to ever talk to someone and they consider you a friend. You don't have to ever talk to someone and they can consider you a friend. Yep. People have said that they are my friend offline, and I have to say no. We don't even talk. One attached to another. They can be your friend, but you don't necessarily have to be their friend. Right? Doesn't that work? Roadrunner says it is to them. Wait, I'm confused, Roadrunner. I didn't understand what you meant. Lana Wolfmark adds the quote, "The house always wins, except when I do." Do two people have to agree to be friends? Also, there's a different approach, right? We talked about that the other day, Blasphemous, that you can go the semantic route, whatever, and think about if you want to go the definitional route and say, oh, wait, are we friends, are we not friends? Or you can go like a pragmatic route and live a more friendly life. In the sense that calling people friends, except for you, I suppose, but statistically speaking, most people, right, if you consider, the more people you consider friends, the friendlier life you will have, right? So it's about calling someone a friend. For them, it's the social game, right? It's the social game. Calling someone friend is literally to be friendly. Wow, that was a lot of loot. So you don't have to agree with the definition to still see the pragmatic value of doing that behavior. Yeah.
Do you see now what we think? May the darkness spare you.
I mean, it's fine for you to not like that, people doing that, and not feeling that being friendly, and ask them not to. Right? You can ask them, please don't call me a friend. But that's also you distancing yourself from that person. And that's fine if you want to distance yourself from people. It's just fine to do that. Roostercock says, yeah, that was exactly my point. It is like with the word intelligence. Or we're talking about the different definitions of love and caring and... what's the other? Like I forgot. It was caring and trust, right? Trust. Like a verb. You can do that as a verb as well, I suppose. Yeah, that was exactly my point. It is like with the word intelligence. Everyone uses it as if the meaning was commonly understood. But in reality, the actual meaning of the word is something... Right? Language is arbitrary. The word does not have an actual meaning. But I get your point. How you define the word is different for every single person. Yeah, all right. And how you define the word and how I define the word is different for you and for me. I got it. I didn't read the full thing. Most of the time they can't even properly define it for themselves. Yeah, there's... Well, now we're starting to touch on epistemology, and we've been hesitant to go into the epistemological route because epistemology becomes very fucking interesting, because we often end up in the situation where nobody knows anything. We don't know. There's no knowledge to be had, right? And if no knowledge can be had, then everything is knowledge, and then nothing matters. Epistemology is weird. But yeah, going down that route, that's why I evoke pragmatism, right? I evoke pragmatism. That how you define the word and how I define the word. Right? When we are by our lonesome, when it's just me, that's useful only to the sense that you can agree to the same definition. Right? It's only useful as far as we can come to an understanding, an agreement, what we're actually talking about. Like with Blasphemous' previous example, right? They had two different definitions. His approach was just straight down saying, no, you have to use my definition of love. You're doing it wrong. Instead, like, I would probably try to find... I would agree with his definition, like, personally, but I would try in the context of that conversation and of that relationship, I would try to find a different definition in that situation where we both can agree. Right? But they can't even properly define it for themselves. They don't have to, Roostercock. They don't have to define it for themselves. They only have to define it in the context where it is being used. In a sense that it makes sense for the people involved. Right? I think that works. Blasphemous says, why is acquaintance even in that definition? Was it a friend thing? Be acquaintance. One A attached to. Yeah, I think that's the reason why it is here, is because what you said, right? Facebook has changed the definition of this word. It used what acquaintance usually used to mean in a lot of situations. Like the Facebook situation. Like a Facebook friend is very different from an in real life friend, I would say. A Facebook friend is even less like a, if there's a scale, personally I would go that acquaintance is less than a Facebook friend. Oh, thank you, Nodrunner. He said, you said that the Chinese are committing genocide at them. It's to them. They're committing genocide to them. Ah. Thank you, Nodrunner. Now I understand, yeah. To them, yes. At them. Yeah, I get it. It's weird. Weird preposition. Banana Waffle Monkey says, isn't friendship reciprocal? Reciprocal? Reciprocity. Reciprocal. Yeah, reciprocal. I like that word, but I wasn't very good at... Maybe people go around calling other people friends because they want that reciprocity. They want to be friends. Pragmatically speaking. I would probably have to agree with that. Let's see. Blasphemous said, can someone I don't talk to and don't hang out with be a friend? Like if you're on Facebook, they can be a Facebook friend, but I would personally say probably no. Well, I have friends that I don't talk to or hang out with, and I consider them friends. But I have a friend I talk to him. We're probably gonna meet up in a couple of months, 3 or 4 months. I haven't met him or actually spoken to him or hung out with him in 3 years. But I consider him a friend. He considers me a friend. So actually, yeah, I would probably say that friendship has to be reciprocal, as Banana Waffle Monkey said. So yeah, they can be your friend, Blasphemous, if you both agree to it, I suppose. Yeah. Ask for consent. Well, they can wish to be your friend as well. Blasphemous says, yeah, but they're not actually a friend. What does actually mean? They're not a friend from your definition, but from their definition, they might be. We talked about misunderstandings earlier, right? They might consider you a friend. From their definition. So from them, from their point of view, we are actually friends. It's just from your point of view that you are not actually friends. So that's a misunderstanding, right? So you need to... There has been a mismatch of definitions, like I was talking about. So the definitions, both yours and theirs, have been unsuccessful in managing communication. Because it takes two to communicate. Both your definition and their definition in this context was not helpful. Define acquaintance. State of being acquainted. Alright, acquainted. To cause to know personally. I don't even understand what that means. To make familiar. To acquaint. To get to know. Pretty much. To get to know personally. To make familiar. To know firsthand. Oh, wow. Then maybe you can be a Facebook friend, but not be acquainted. Yeah. Nailed it. From these definitions. Blasphemous says, a relationship less intimate than friendship. I like that. Acquaintance definition, Blasphemous. I like that. He continues, I would be okay with them throwing around the word acquaintance all they want, if we've ever actually spoken and see each other more than once. Yeah. You're driving a very hard line of what is acceptable language. And I can respect that. But some language is just If you want to speak to me, you have to accept my terms of language. I can respect that. I'm not like that myself. Sometimes I am. In some certain areas, I am like that. As well, very narrow, not really allowing other people to say stuff that really doesn't work. Like with Hume's guillotine. I will not stand for people pretending morals being objective. I will not stand for it. So I can respect that, and I can get behind that. But I would also want you to acknowledge that that is what you're doing, which you did, which is fine. But Anna Waffle Monkey says, I've put trying to define love on the back burner. I'll just trust my gut and let it stay as a feeling if I think I love someone. For me, it's gonna be a feeling when I think about it myself. And if we want to talk about love in a sense that it's not a feeling, then I'm happy to talk about it from whatever definition any of you choose. Right? If you want to choose another definition of the word, we can...
Take a deep breath, Hardigan.
You can take a deep breath.
Settle down and think straight.
I'm happy with discussing stuff from whatever way you want to define a thing, but you need to be clear with me, right? Because I cannot read your mind. I like that. I like semantics. And Waffle Monkey says, oh my god, I almost have a mastermind. I can run another syndicate map, run the mastermind, and get another Leo slam. And I can try for the hybrid physical. Good luck. Reciprocal goes soft C, hard C. Reciprocal? Wait, hard C is that's like K, right? But it's called reciprocity, right? No?
Reciprocal.
Reciprocal. I wasn't even close. Not even close. Reciprocal. Not even close. Reciprocal. Blasphemous says, to me, earning the title of friend takes effort. Huh. Nodona says, weird friend gatekeeping. Yeah, that's fine. And it makes sense, right? Blasphemous, you have difficulties trusting people and letting people in. So having guidelines, rules, gates to pass, that's fine. That's your personal sphere, right? One could argue that people just going around calling you friend, it probably feels like a violation of personal space. I could imagine that feeling like a violation, and I would say, yeah, no, please don't do that. Would be a good response from your side. Yeah. Balancing acts. Balancing acts indeed.
Salah.
What was this? Fire damage, evasion. Fire damage, don't care about that. Mental resistances. Area, and extra gore. No, screw that. Lasma says, the point is terms like love and friend have become very watered down. That you want access to more extreme language. I saw an argument for that, similar, that the word awesome does not mean awesome anymore. So what do you want to say when you experience something really awesome if you use the word awesome all the time?
Fate awaits.
like there's an inflation in language. That's the argument they did. Language changes over time. Hello, Sorxa. Nice to see you again. Right? But language changing over time and trying to stick to the past, not following along with the times, makes communication harder for you rather than following along the watered down terms. I can see how it becomes problematic. It becomes problematic. It's usually like that, right? If you don't get with the times, you're gonna be left behind. Unfortunately. Banana waffle mike says, to you? Yeah, watered down to you. Yeah, from your perspective, they have become watered down. Exactly. Lasma says, I don't need people saying they love me or that they are my friend when their effort is so low that it becomes almost like an insult to do so. Alright. Then I hope you're clear with them, the people who do that. You say to them, I find the language you just used insulting. It triggers me. Could you please not do that? Right? They come from a place of ignorance, right? They don't know. They don't know that this is the way that you look at language. Right? They cannot know. You need to inform them. We talked about that, the consequences of your actions. Right? If you're ignorant, then you cannot say anything terrible, blame anyone for doing, or actually say that they are being immoral or unethical. First, you have to inform them that I don't like you doing this. If they continue doing it, that is when it becomes an insult, right? Reciprocity is two soft C's, right? Fuck. Did I remove it? Reciprocal. Man, because of reasons. Yeah, right. Oh, man. Damn reasons. Hi, Sorxa. How's it going, says Sorxa. Oh, we're fine. I'm having a good time. We're talking about... What are we talking about? Yeah. I just used the word. The thing they do to inflation. Yeah. Inflation of the meaning of words. Love being thrown around and not being as extreme as it used to be. Becoming less, watered down from the perspective. And communication in general, right? About a definition of a word is only useful in the context where it's used. And I would argue that you evaluate the language and the words, what they mean, based on how well they manage to communicate the feelings that a person has. Yeah. How are you doing, Sorxa, today? Sorxa says, I don't know who said that, but it sounds familiar. About what's it called? What sounds familiar? Let's ask instead of just assuming. What sounds familiar? Sorxa says, about people saying they love you but won't do anything for you. Yeah. And we had that, the misunderstanding that started it all was that we have some different interpretations of the thing, just like that. Me saying that love is an emotion and others saying that love is a behavior. Well, or it contains behavior. the definition. It's behavior and emotions, kind of. If I'm gonna put words in your mouth again, like I just did that. So yeah, it's such a vague word. So it's bound to have misinterpretation. It's a very loaded word. Yeah, it's a very loaded. Limelight, is that it? Yeah. It's a loaded word. And there are plenty of different definitions, and people mean completely different things when they use it. It's very confusing. Sources says, but maybe I'm misinterpreting it just because I just came in. No, I think the misinterpretation just happens because that is what that word does. Kind of shitty word, isn't it then? Yeah. I think that's my conclusion from this whole debacle, is that love is a shitty fucking word. Shitty word. Okay. Go here. We can start some music. Oh, by the way, I figured out why it broke last month. It wasn't me who broke the videos, because this thing broke as well. This thing, that thing down there, that broke as well. It made OBS crash. It was actually Mesa Git that broke it. I was lucky. I just stumbled upon that, so I just downgraded it, and now we're fine. We're fine again. Apt name, by the way. Lost Language. What do they call that? Synergy? No, I don't know. See, Blasphemous says, then I threw the idea out there that love can sometimes be a shared psychosis. Yeah, and I took that away. I wanted it to be crush. But that's not I argued that it's not a psychosis. It's more like a momentary addiction, right? Yeah, an addiction. Because psychosis is way different, right? That's me trying again after that comment about not calling stuff PTSD when it's not PTSD. The same as not calling it a psychosis when it's not a psychosis. Yeah, not calling it OCD when it's not OCD. But I get your point, the shared psychosis thing. They become mad. They become crazy. Intense and passing infatuation, yeah. Right, when you first start out dating, this is what you get, right? You have a crush on someone. And if you're both crushing on each other, that can be very weird, yeah. Sorxa says, my brain gets thrown out of whack if/when someone who supposedly care for me hurt me. I can imagine. I think everybody's does a little bit, but it becomes even more surprising. Usually though, when someone hurts you, it's usually from ignorance, not malice intent, right? Usually. Banana Waffle Monkey says, Deathless Katarina. Whoa, good job. Good job indeed. Roostercock says, when two people define to each other what love means for them, is it still a shitty word? No, of course not. Actually, in that is the best situation for the word, right? In a relationship. In a loving relationship. That there is the word. Us trying to define it epistemologically and semantically outside of that situation, that is where it becomes shitty. In that relationship, for expressing emotion and behaviors, and that is where the word is useful. Nice, I like that, Roostercock. Good question. Good question indeed. Blasphemous asks, you downgraded Mesa Git to the old version or back to plain old Mesa? No, I just downgraded it to... It happened like 4 days ago. It broke, so I downgraded it to the version I had before that, just... It's still in my cache, you know, I never clear out my cache. So I've got a couple of versions in my caches of Mesa Git. So I just took it before it broke. I'm just hoping that it will probably get fixed, right, in a new upgrade. Sorxa says, I don't know about it. I've never experienced psychosis. I've had a very small psychosis once. Got it from mushrooms, actually. That's an interesting story. Yeah. I can actually really recommend that movie. Right? It was mushrooms and a movie. It's called Cat Stew. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. I recommend this. Not on shrooms, not the first time ever you try shrooms. But it's very uncomfortable. Yeah, it's an uncomfortable film. And I got a little bit of psychosis. I had daily, like, waking nightmares I had about this movie. For a long time, it just was there all the time in the back of my mind, and just a tiny, right? Not a big fucking thing, but I can relate to what a psychosis is like now. Oh man, that was something. Yeah, this movie is something. For you who don't like anime, maybe not. The art style is weird. Alright, Banana Waffle Monkey says, I got a new staff. Nice, congratulations. Blasphemous says, psychosis involves delusions. Delusions of being in love when it's not actually love. Loving the idea of being in love. But I don't get that last bit. You still haven't defined what that means. Loving the idea of being in love. Right? Maybe it's you who are delusional, Blasphemous. If everybody else defines it one way and you define it another way, isn't it more statistically likely that it's your definition that is delusional rather than everyone else's? Right? You saying that it is delusional, it's just... you could explain that easily, that you ending up in that situation is just different definitions, right? You just have different definitions of what you mean by love, right? Arbitrary language. Nodonor says, love is not a shitty word. I love the word love. Talking about inflation of the word, eh? Sorxa says, wait, I always thought crush implies it is a secret to the other party. Maybe it is. Maybe you're secretly crushing. Yeah, I can get that. Sorxa says, I think psychosis involves hallucination. Necessarily. Actually, we need... I think we need a bigger thing here. Condition of the mind that results in difficulties determining what is real and what is not real. Not necessarily hallucinations. Symptoms may include delusions and hallucinations. They may include. Right, when I had my psychosis... I mean... very, very, very weak hallucinations. Like, I would not necessarily even call them hallucinations. was like images just popping out in my mind over and over again. Incoherent speech and behavior that is inappropriate for the situation. That I had. Incoherent speech, a little bit. Incoherent thoughts. I just shut the fuck up so I didn't have the incoherent speech. There may also be sleep problems, yep. Social withdrawal, yep. Lack of motivation, difficulties carrying out daily activities, that I had. Psychosis can have serious outcomes. Like, I had a very, very minor, right? Very minor. It's self-diagnosed. I didn't need to go to help for it. I did eventually just get like really tackling it head on and watching the movie again, Cat Soup. I think I watched it like 3 more times sober after all that time, after getting rid of it. And just especially those scenes that just popped up in front of my eyes all the time. Those scenes, I rewatched them just to desensitize myself to them. Rasmus says that too. Banana Waffle Monkey says, I hit 2 socketed melee gems on the 325. Wait, 2 plus 2 socketed melee gems on the 325, which is honestly better than dead mod, but not optimal. Yeah. Could be nice. Getting some upgrades. Something better than nothing, eh? Blasphemous says you can be hallucinating and seeing the person in a brighter light because the idea of being in love is completely overwhelming your thought process. I suppose when you put it like that, you could... That could probably happen. I can see that, like, 2 people just going into just... There's only them and nothing else. Maybe you've convinced me that it can happen. I think it's rare, though. Sorxa says, I had someone who supposedly cared for me deliberately made a bad joke and even said, I know you're gonna be upset, and I just can't wrap my brain around it. It totally threw it off mentally. They found it funny, right? They found it funny. I've said hurtful things before. Just because I thought it was funny, even though it was inappropriate. Yeah. It happens. Right. The joke was funny enough, so they made the value judgment that their fun was more important than your upsetness at that very moment. But the 2 things had to be compared, and they chose the one that might have gotten you a bit upset because they had the joy of it. It's similar to utilitarianism. Utilitarianism. It's a family of normative ethical theories that prescribes actions that maximizes happiness and well-being for all affected individuals. They thought that their fun would increase the happiness more than your your upsetness, right? They made well, post hoc they would make that value judgment, or even before the hand, right? One could argue that that is where they come from, that kind of attitude. Maybe. Wafflemonkey says, ew, flat fire on the other. Gross. Plasma says, alright, you don't upgrade daily. Makes it easy to figure out. Oh, actually, I found the information online, right? When searching for it, I stumbled upon it. So they, in that, said specifically which day that update came from. So I just take the one I had previous to that day. So in that situation, right, I would have never figured out that it was Mesa Git making an OBS thing crash, right? Window capture on OBS crashing because of Mesa Git. I would have never figured that out. It was actually me trying to be more... Actually, it wasn't luck. It was partly because of you, Blasphemous, that I stumbled upon that information. Do you remember when we talked about Levelhead and me not finding information about it? And then you found the information and told me where you got the information. And I felt that I didn't do my due diligence when I looked for information online. I've been practicing doing my due diligence, and therefore I stumbled upon that information. So yeah, I'm grateful to you for just that situation. Ah. Funny how that happens. Sorxa says, I think hallucinating involves specifically perceiving something from your 5 senses that is not there. But that's a difficult question though, Sorxa, because what is not there? What is not there? And if you talk to a physicist, they would say this glass is not here. This is just mostly empty space and energy. Doesn't look like empty space and energy to me. So what is there and what is not there, Sorxa? And who decides? I suppose it is generated from within, like a dream. Yeah. Hallucination is generated from within, rather from outside. Blasphemous sense, and a quote, a sensory experience of something that does not exist outside of my... Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Something that does not exist. Yeah. The experience did arise from within, not like... You didn't look at anything. Yeah, sensory experience. Asma says maybe delusion a bit better. I'm thinking, right, if we're talking about the two people meeting and just doing the head over heels thing, just, I don't even know what the word would be, if crush, right? If both of them crush and, you know, that high thing, just fall into each other and everything else disappears from their mind. I think maybe both they can have delusions and hallucinations. Like quite literally, I think you were meaning metaphorically that they see them in a brighter light, right? They don't see all the bad stuff, they only see the good stuff. Kinda. Sorxa says, I agree. Blasphemous points to divorce rates. I think that goes, but that's... Alright, then we move away from the psychosis thing again. Just weddings and relationships built only on that initial crazy first honeymoon period, or whatever you want to call it. That period of a romantic relationship. A relationship built upon only that. I think Nodrunner made that argument before, that a relationship will not last built upon that. And we were talking about that before, yeah, that is not how you build a lasting relationship based on that thing, because that stuff fades over time. And then you fall down into a rhythm and a routine, right? Those things are way off the routine. And yeah, I think it would be good for people not to get married, and like when that starts fading, like there are probably people who would prefer just to live in that state, right? In that high, in that drama. Yeah, that heavy drama. Very excited feelings. Right? So they maybe should change partners way more often than they actually do. Yeah. And for the people that have that and only have that, right, and maybe should have that shorter experience with other people, and maybe then should move on and have that experience with other people, I would say from then it makes a lot of sense for those people to define those extreme emotions and say that is what love is. And they would say the rest of you are all delusional. That is not love when you grow bored and tired of another person. Right? They would probably say that. Sorxa says, do you believe divorce to be a bad thing? Blasphemous answer. I believe marriage to be, marriage is a bad thing. Divorce can be a bad thing. Like, depend on the context. For the children, it's bad. I think it's bad that it has to be, right? Yeah, I would go with blasphemous. I believe marriage is the bad thing. Oh man, I'm way behind on chat. I need to scroll up here. Actually, I can just... It would be easier to get out. Yeah, it should be just like society should be more open to rapid change. I think relationships should be, there should be easier ways out of them. Yeah. Sorxa says, do you believe it to be a bad thing for you based on other people's experiences? Right. I'm thinking societal and for me, right? I will not get married. But I think for society as well that a lot of people get stuck in relationships that they would benefit of getting out of. And marriage could be a way that keeps them stuck in there and makes it harder to leave the relationship. And yet for others as well, of course it can be a good thing for people to... So it depends on context, yeah. Sorxa says, was your relationship very conventional? Conventional as in similar to other people's. Some aspects, yes, says Blasphemous. Sorxa says, yeah, but that's why I find it hard to believe they genuinely care for me. Wait, what do you mean? Sorxa asks, do you mean in the legal aspect marriages? I would go both the legal aspect and like the emotional manipulation. Right? If you've gotten married, it becomes emotionally, psychologically, there we go, psychologically more difficult to leave that relationship. Sorxa said, yeah, but that's why I find it hard to believe they genuinely care for me. Yeah, but they can care about other things. I understand that that's difficult for you to wrap your head around. Like, you put it like this. Do you like pizza? Yes or no? Do you like hamburgers? Yes or no? You can only, like, when you eat dinner, you get to choose either pizza or hamburger. Sometimes you choose pizza, other times you choose hamburger. That doesn't mean you don't like pizza anymore or hamburger, right? Does that make sense, Sorsa? I'm so behind on chat, so I think maybe you don't remember the context, or maybe I'm not remembering the context of this. Banana Waffle says, you would love the new staff. Oh, you'll have to link it tomorrow. Link it tomorrow. Sorsa says, or do you just prefer something like a long-time relationship, living together, etc.? That's what I prefer. Yeah, I like those long-term stuff, personally. Nodrunner says, if you were using NixOS, you could just roll back the last working generation. Yeah, that's what I did on Arch as well, Nodrunner. That's exactly what I did. I know that I'm in danger of breaking something else, and I would not be in danger of doing that in NixOS. But that's what I did. Blasphemous says, I think it's a waste of time to legally declare you're in love with someone, especially when there's a 50% chance it will end in a few years and someone will end up getting screwed because of it. Yeah. And that actually, that's what prompted this whole discussion about declaring you love someone. Yeah, that was my point, right? I was saying that love is an emotion and you are not in control of your emotions. So saying that you will have an emotion for all the foreseeable future is madness. Like from that kind of sense. Since you're not in control of your emotions. That's what triggered this whole thing, because some people, like we had a disagreement about it being an emotion or no. Yeah. Blasphemous says, just live together. If it fails, you can both easily leave. Well, easy is a strong word. I think it's difficult to leave. If you live together, you have to get a new home, you have to move your stuff, you have to go through that emotional turmoil of splitting apart. Like, it's easy is a bit, right? But it's easier, right? It is easier, and I'm all for that, it being easier. Let's see, where are we? Sorxa said, I find it important for people who want to have kids. Yeah, I could get, but then again, you wouldn't have to. You wouldn't have to be married to have kids. You could just have the kid as the thing, right? You wouldn't have to have the marriage. Sorxa says, but I am an anti-natalist. Oh, actually, that was an argument that we've been talking about. We were talking about ownership this morning, and we were talking about how we can derive ownership from. Of people. How can we own people? And what we did was that we say, well, how do we derive ownership of things? It is from the creation of the thing, right? I melted the sand and put this together, therefore I own it and can sell it. So therefore we derived personhood ownership is the parents make the child, and therefore the parents own the child. And we made the argument that I made the argument that in puberty, you create yourself. That is what puberty is about. And therefore, you start owning yourself instead of your parents owning you. So that would be an answer to the ethics about creating a new life. The parents are the owners. Parents are the owners. So, child, before they are considered owning themselves, right? That is when we can talk. We were talking about like deciding not to live anymore, right? That is when they can make that decision. Like children, before that, it is the like parents' responsibility, kind of, as a response, possible response to the ethics of having children. It's about the parents, it's not about the child. Which I like that. I like that view. I'm not saying that I want to throw anti-natalism out the window. It's just I've had problem with that specific argument. There are other arguments for antinatalism, of course. Note owner says, has hallucinated, and although it felt totally real, I could tell it wasn't because it didn't fit with the reality as I knew it. Well, that's got to be a disconcerting, right? As I said, I've tried shrooms, so I've done that, but I knew it wasn't real because, well, shrooms. And also I've had hallucination from a mean fucking hangover once, but then again, mean fucking hangover. It just happening? I don't know. Let's see. Sorxa says, also I have no idea how difficult the procedure is. The marriage and the divorce, I don't know. It's more difficult than it has to be. That's any increased difficulty is more difficulty than one should need, is my opinion anyway. Banana Waffle Monkey says, I'd rather my parents have split than stayed married this long and resent each other. Yep. That makes a lot of sense. Note says, distraction to make siders think the chat is longer than it is. And another. Damn it. Damn kids and your distractions? I don't know. Sorxa said something I said earlier. That I was responding to an earlier topic. And then, yeah, I get what you mean. I don't remember that anymore. That was like minutes ago. Banana Waffle Monkey says, like he said, easy, just buy a new house. Yeah, exactly. Easy, just buy a new house. Sorxa says to Blasphemous, do you find that there is a point in romantic love confessions then? In officially becoming someone's partner? Oh, you gotta have the conversation. What's that called? There's a conversation. DTR, define the relationship. That's the benefit of that is not love confessions. Officially becoming someone's partner, that's towards each other, right? You define the relationship, so one does not have like, what do you want out of this relationship? What do I want out of this relationship? Just to make sure you're on the same wavelength, whatever that means. Sorxa says, I don't know about laws there, but if you don't get married and have kids, does the kid still get child support? In Sweden, yeah. Child, doesn't matter what the parents are doing, it's the child, right? It's all about the child. Blasphemous says, okay, back, sorry. I've been wanting to smoke for the past hour, lol. I hope it was a nice smoke. Well, actually, no. I hope it felt terrible. I hope your smoke felt terrible. You should stop. Sorry, I couldn't resist. My apologies, Blasphemous. Right, that was an example of my fun. I valued my fun higher than my rudeness to Blasphemous. I hope you forgive me, Blasphemous. I still care, though. No Donor says, I changed my mind. People are not property anymore. Why? How? What's the argument? You can't just say it like that. I'm curious. Blasphemous, what do you mean by officially? As in marriage? Sorxa says, like, will you be my girlfriend sort of stuff? Yeah, that's defining the relationship. Blasphemous said, I suppose, since it isn't legally binding, but let it be known that personally you two are deciding to be monogamous with each other. Yeah, that's not about telling other people. That's about telling that if you're two people, I mean, there are probably relationships that are more people. And that's defining the relationship for each other, to know where both of you stand. I think that is very good for a relationship if someone wants to plan on making a longer relationship. Rasmus says, unless it's a poly relationship, which seems to be popular now. Yeah. I like the idea of a poly relationship. Seems useful. I don't know if I could do it though. It's old-fashioned, I suppose. Nodonor says, my hallucination I mentioned before was drug-induced, but not illegal drugs. It was a side effect. Yeah, of course. I've never done any illegal drugs. I would never. Wait. I don't... My political view is that no drugs should be illegal, so... Last one says from PsychMeds. Yeah, it was called Lexapro. Yeah, so that's not very disconcerting. It's like, oh, that's an experience. Blasphemous says, did they try to tell you that because the psych meds gave you that effect, that it was bringing out an underlying symptom that you didn't know about, lol? No, didn't. He said it was a side effect, right? Yeah, it was a side effect, so no. Sorxa responds to the legally binding, but you can decide to be monogamous. That is strange to me, says Sorxa. Banana Waffle Monkey says, but I don't like reading the terms and conditions. I just want to tick the box. What box are we talking about specifically, Banana Waffle Monkey? Do you just want your pencil in the in the area where it's supposed to go? Fuck, I don't know. I tried. Okay, I tried. Sorxa says, I think wait. Legally binding. I think to some people getting married means they are deciding to be with each other until they die. Yeah, and that's a dumb fucking decision to make, Sorxa. Isn't it? Dumb decision to make. That was an annoying song. Banana Waffle Monkey says, I've never done illegal drugs, but I've done drugs illegally. Oh, wow. Actually, I don't even know how it is here. Maybe one way, maybe the other. No donor says to blasphemous. Nope, I didn't try to do that. I'm curious, no donor. You still didn't answer. Why did you change your opinion about the ownership thing? Sorxa says, but sometimes it doesn't work out. Yeah. Just like how deciding to be in a relationship doesn't work out sometimes. Yeah. Or sometimes it works out just the way it works the best way, right? For a relationship, I don't know why there is this attitude that a relationship have to be forever, like until you die. Relationships comes and goes, right? Not only romantic, right? Friend relationships or acquaintances relationships, they come and go through life. Banana Waffle Monkey says, valiant effort. Thank you, thank you. No donor says, if humans are not property, then animals are not either. If humans are not property, then animals are not either. Yeah, living beings, right? The weird thing about animals is that if property are from the two people creating the animal, then the humans steal the animals, and right? It's animals are in one sense Stockholm syndrome, right? Stockholm syndrome. That's what we do to the animals. We steal them from their parents. Actually, no. I would say that just like humans, through their puberty and adolescence, they probably are considered, I would consider them metaphysically owning themselves. And sure, I give them Stockholm syndrome, but yeah, the cat makes his own decisions in me and my cat's relationship, right? My cat. But the cat makes his decisions. The only thing I do is lock him in. Well, that was a unilateral decision from my side. He has been outside a lot, but I decided to... Yeah, no, he's an inside cat now. Sorxus is... Yeah, that's why I don't really see the point in them either. In what? I don't know. They may work out, they may not. And they can work out by ending, right? That is working out as well. It could be considered working out, right, Stroxa? Right. My last relationship ran its course. It had its ups and downs. It lasted a little bit too long. That didn't work out. But then when it ended, that was working out. Yeah. Blasphemous says, when you say you love someone, you start thinking about the future with them. And instead of thinking in terms of I, it should then become we, right? Speak for yourself. I mean, I do that. But I can think about the past as well. Right, when I think about or say that I love someone, I can think about the past, I can think about the present, I can think about the future. It's different things. The word love doesn't necessarily start thinking about the future with them. Not even, like not any type of love relationship I've been in. Yeah, it can be past, present, future. Doesn't matter. So no, not necessarily blasphemous. Note owner says it has to be until you die because of religion. But why does religion have it that way? What is the use? Like, can we make an evolutionary argument? It's somehow, right, if you stick together, the children... There are more eyes on the child, right? Let's say communally, a child just being whoever's, people might not take responsibility of the child. But if it's a we, and you marry them and you just unite them like this, their children will become their children very much. Their responsibility. Benefit of monogamy, maybe. Not to leave the children behind if like a parent die. Well, there's two parents now. Maybe. Sorxa says, if someone wants to commit to work out a relationship with someone, it doesn't matter if that's your wife, your friend, or whatever else. Yeah, it's a relationship. Sorxa says, I don't know to blasphemous. I am a romantic and I don't I am a romantic. Oh, there we go. A romantic and I don't experience romantic feelings. Drama. Not for everyone. Roostercock says, my favorite question to Windows apologists is... Windows apologists, I love that. Have you read the terms of use? It is always fun how they never simply answer no, but automatically go into defensive mode about it. Oh man, I love that. Have you read the terms of use? That's some ugly rhetorics and I love it. Notrunner says, I disagree that you must create something. We can own the construction materials. Yeah, but the construction materials are owned as well. The materials are created as well. Right? Owning sand would be dumb. That's why I specifically used this glass as an example. owning the sand is dumb. You can't own the sand, just grab the sand. Then you create the glass. And then you own the glass. Right? The created material. Right? I would argue that you can grow a tree and chop it down, and now you own the wooden plank. Owning the construction materials. I don't see how that... I mean, the construction materials are created. No, Node Runner? Don't you agree? Plasma says, I should give a more specific personal example to show you how loving the idea of being in love with someone can come to exist. I mean, my guess that I had earlier was that someone looking at a romantic movie, right? I watched the Frozen movies recently. That is what the fuck is it called? The younger sister was in love with the idea of being in love, so she wanted to get married to a person she just met, right? And she was like, oh, I'm in love. Would that be the idea in love with the idea of being in love? That's the understanding I got from it, Plasmas, I think. Banana Waffle Monkey says, you can exit defensive mode with Alt F4. Wonder if I do anything with Alt F4. I don't think so. Wait, what was that? Insert? Was that F4? No? Huh. Alt F4 is insert a new line. Just like O. Interesting. Huh. Node Owner says, I think you own the sand just as much as the glass. Sand is valuable in all kind of ways. How does that work out? It doesn't make sense. There's too abundant. Right? Sure, you can... I could say that sand on the beach and in the oceans or whatever, owning that is just dumb, not necessarily. But if you extract it and start using it as a material, then somewhere along the line there is a transition from it not being owned and it being owned, I suppose. So that's when you extract it. Is that a creational process? Right? You create, like, the sand on the beach is not a crafting material. The crafting material is the sand in the what's that? In the glassmaker's shop, whatever. Glassmaker factory. Sorxa says, my country stores a lot of sand that it bought from another country. Node Owner says, whoever owns the land owns the sand. Fuck that. Fuck owning land. Right. How do you derive owning land, Node Runner? How do you derive that? Without using force. Without using violence or threat of violence. I don't see that happening without violence or threat of violence. So if you can own land, and if your government says you can own land, then that is an endorsement of force and... Right? Isn't... I would love to hear, right? I've been asking for it plenty of times. I don't see how you could derive ownership of land any other way, and I'm really curious to see if you can. Because that is a point of interest for me right now in my political development. Can you own land? Well, should you be able to own land? And I say, if it means endorsing threats of violence or violence, I would say no. How else can you derive it? Someone planted a flag and said, this is now mine. And anyone else who comes and tries to say differently, I'll fucking shoot you. Xerxes says, you pee in it and you rub your scent all over it. Yeah, I would say that's threat of force, right? Because you can pee in it and rub your scent all over it, and then I can come and pee in it and rub my scent all over it. Who decides who owns it? You or me, Sorxa? Your pee or my pee? Which one is the authority? No, the authority comes from the threat of violence. Noteowner says, okay, well, someone comes to your beach. How is it your beach? How can you own the land? That's what I'm asking. Your beach. What is your beach? How do you derive that ownership? All right. Well, someone comes to your beach and you start taking all your sand. That's the alternative. That's my point. The sand. How do you own the sand? That's why I did the argument for ownership through we derive ownership from the creation of a thing. That is the alternative. It's not your beach, it's not your sand. Someone comes and takes the sand when they want to create something. Right? I suppose you could say that you're creating the crafting material sand by just gathering it up and packaging it. That would be creating a package of sand. Right, that you can ship and sell to someone else that has less availability of sand. That would be creation of the sand as a crafting material. But the sand on the beach, owning that, not without the threat of force of violence. I would love to have a think on it and come back on it, because that has been stuck in my mind for a while now. I'm really happy if someone finds a good argument for it, because I've been trying. I can't. I have not been, shouldn't say I can't, I have not been able to so far. Not been able to. Why is this background not changing? It was supposed to change every 5 minutes or so. I think I set it to. I think I broke something. Not working. Right, Roostercock says, I'm gonna go throw a ball for a bit. Thanks for the interesting discussion, everyone. Thanks for hanging out, Roostercock. Have fun with your ball throwing. Hope you have a good time. Thanks for hanging out, yeah. Storxa says, it will eventually be so stinky that someone will scram. Unless stinkiness is a violence in your view. Yes. Yes, this would be violence in this comparison, yeah. It will eventually be that stinky that, yeah, it's violence. You run them off through force. Right? I get your point. But if no one else wants it, then you could stake your... But that's still... The underlying threat of force is still there. Right. Sorxa says, I don't feel land should be owned because it belongs to nature. It doesn't belong to anything. It is nature. That's where I'm at the moment. That land should not be owned. Politically, it is owned. But, yeah. Just ground to a fucking halt. Noteowner says, it is claimed by governments and then distributed to the people. That is how it is done now. Yes, Noteowner. And the government claimed that land through what? The threat of force. Threat of violence. It always comes back to that. The government threatens with a loose term of violence, right? Imprisonments, the threat of force, warring with other countries, and then claiming it for themselves. Right. Blasphemous says, I meet someone Wait. I meet someone. It's story time here from Blasphemous. I meet someone, we talk, but lose contact for a few years. We meet again and she insists she has been in love with me for years. Infatuated. That's a great word for it. Infatuated. Having a crush on you? She insists. Yeah? We eventually start dating. Her mother dies. I have been in this exact situation. And can be there to make sure she doesn't make the same mistakes I made when that happened. Well, my condolences then. She should know this since I have told her about this a few times, but instead she goes to everyone else while confused about what to do, not once asking me. Yeah. Did you really expect someone to act rationally when their mother dies? I don't think so. Alright, story time continues. I come to the realization, okay, if this person really loved me, they would know I'm probably the best one to be asking about this instead of all these other people with no experience with this subject. Maybe she knows you so well and you cannot give her the support she needs, right? She's not wanting you to solve her problems for you. That's why she's not asking you. She loves you and knows you, therefore she goes to other people because they can provide the support that she needs in a way that you cannot. Alright, sorry, I didn't finish. Therefore, us goes out the window and the idea of being in love with me then becomes more important than actually being in love with me. Yeah, I don't agree with your conclusions from that story one bit, Blasphemous. Not even a little bit I agree with your conclusions. Right? Yeah. Yeah, everybody grieves their own way, and you claiming to know the best way for her to grieve is maybe you knew what would be best for her or not, but that's not relevant. That's not relevant. You making the decisions for her and saying, oh, she has to do it the way I want. If it's not done the way I want it, there is no us. That's what you're saying. And I would say, since you say that, there were no us to begin with. Right? Because us decisions are decisions that you make together at a partnership. And I would say in a partnership, in a romantic relationship, there is an us, but there's not always an us. There is also an I. Right? It is not binary, us or I. Right? That's not how it works. You have to have yourself as part of a relationship. That's what I say, right? If I'm gonna have a relationship in the future, I probably am gonna want a separate bedroom because I have a big need for a me or an I within the us relationship. And if I am in a relationship and when one of my parents die, that is me grieving. That is not us grieving, because that is fucking my parents. That is not your parents, right? And right, that is something I need to do by myself. I need to grieve. That's how I have always grieved. I grieve by myself. I isolate myself and I grieve. And I think that should be, if there was an us, that my partner would respect that. Yeah. I would really want my partner to respect that. I would be there would be a lot of rage if the partner did not respect me grieving by myself, yeah. That is not at all. That's about me grieving my parents. That is not about me loving or not loving my partner. Yeah, that's...
Come on, sit up.
Deep breaths.
Deep breaths. All right.
And Banana Waffle Monkey says, I'm gonna go ahead and assume this is the mania my psych said might occur on these meds, though this would have been great to have taken before the rave. Holy shit. Are you all hyped up? Yeah, you take it in the morning, I hope, Banana Waffle Monkey, when you wake up. No Donor says, you sound like an anarchist or something. Me? I sound like an anarchist. Or something, yeah, I know. With the land ownership. But that's... right? Is that the argument? You attack my personality? Like, go to a personal attack? Say, oh, you sound like an anarchist or something, rather than responding to the actual argument? Give it some time, think on it. How can you derive land ownership? I am curious. I honestly want... since I cannot, right? I've hit a dead end. I've hit a wall on that question. I would really like someone else answering that question for me. Right? I'm gonna stop sounding like an anarchist if someone can convince me to stop sounding like an anarchist or something. Yeah. Zorxa says, maybe she doesn't want to trigger you. Yeah, could be, right? I assume not, though. I assume that, like, I've lost grandparents, friends, and that I've been a mess, right? There has been no rational thinking whatsoever. Right? I lost a dog recently, and that was a mess for a couple of days. No rational thinking. It was just pure emotional. So it wasn't about anyone else. It was just about me, the grieving part. But I don't know. It could be any other way. Zorxa says, I don't know enough of this context, though. Yeah, of course not. Lasma says, grieving wasn't any part of this. Wait, you said her mother died and grieving was not any part of this? What are you talking about, Blasphemous? Wasn't that how the story started? Yeah, her mother dies. I've been in this exact situation and can be there to make sure she doesn't make the same mistakes I made when it happened. Of course she's grieving. How can you say that grieving is not... that's like the biggest thing? Right? Of course she's grieving. Saying that wasn't any part of it, that's... I don't get it. Darkseid says, I think the story provides too little details. I wouldn't make that conclusion, but I'm sure you have a reason why you came to it that I can't tell from the story. I suppose, yeah. Good point, Sorxa. I can only go from what I see, and what I see is someone whose mother was dying. I don't know what Mike says about last morning, well. Mania, alright. No says, I don't view being an anarchist as a bad thing. Oh, that's just me then. Can you explain why land ownership through force is not acceptable? Because that is endorsed, right? That is the norm. The norm is violence and threats of violence. So that means if that is the norm, if that is like generally metaphysically how we define ownership, I should really just get a fucking gun and rob the bank. Right? Is that acceptable, Node Runner? Right? If an individual cannot make it, why should the government be able to make it? Metaphysically, right? Why should they be the sole proprietor like that?
Just wait for the tone.
Why should they be able to? That it leads to violence. It leads to threats of violence. If that is how we define ownership, then I should become a thief. Because theft is ownership, and ownership is theft, if that is how we derive it. Therefore, I do not find it acceptable, because anyone who is stronger than me or has a gun
The person you're trying to reach
could just take my stuff, and like ethically, metaphysically, I see no reason, right? I need consistency. I need my world to make sense. I need to if we're gonna have the idea of ownership, I need to be able to get behind the idea of ownership. What is ownership? Why should we have it? Notrunner says, I agree, it's okay to steal. Yeah, that's our differences in opinions, right?
And a message after the tone.
I think any definition of ownership that is based on stealing and cheating and lying, all those, yeah, you can lie, you can steal, you can threat of violence, use force, right? You make the arbitrary decision of, like, actually, that makes, what? So then there is no respect for my ownership either, right? I like this glass, this is my glass, I want to keep owning it. Isn't that the whole point of ownership? If stealing is okay, then my owning this is pointless. If someone else can just take it, then the whole idea of ownership, why should we have it? Yeah, why should we have it if it's okay to steal? Cheaters are winners? Yeah. I don't like that system, Notrunner. I don't like it. That's my personal opinion. And that's why I don't find it acceptable. And it's fine that you do. I'm not completely sure that you do. Alright, Blasphemous says... This was about her making very irrational decisions because she was grieving, even before her mom died, and acting like she knew me so well, but rather run around like a chicken with its head cut off. This was the final straw. Oh wow. Her mom died and then you broke up with her. Must have been a great fucking month for her, eh? Yeah. And then again, right? We are irrational creatures. Like, at our base, Blasphemous, humans are emotional. Living with the assumption that people should act rationally, it's bound to lead to disappointments. That's, yeah. You're bound to be disappointed if you expect people to act in a rational manner. Yeah, very bound. And of course it becomes even worse when emotions run high, right? The stronger your emotions, the more irrational you become. Just like the first couple of weeks, when you start dating someone and everything is all shiny and stuff, you become very irrational. You don't think straight. Because emotions run high. Blasphemous says some anarchists are annoying. Oh, maybe. But it doesn't eventually... But doesn't everything eventually become annoying? Oh, I don't know if I used the word annoying. That was... What I don't like is idealism. I don't like to be an idealist in any sense of the word, because I don't want to say this is exactly... Right? Because it's very exclusionary to be an anarchist would be an ideologist. Like, I wouldn't want to be a communist or a capitalist or whatever else. Actually, I would probably call myself a pragmatist. No, not even that. I wouldn't force upon other people to be... I think I'm lying a little bit here now. I would probably force a little bit. In my context, they would have to concede to some pragmatistic views. Or argue them, or argue against them. That's how I work, so maybe I am a little forceful on that part. But politically, like, in general, I would have to accept that people have their political opinions and views that do not come from a pragmatical point of view. I don't dismiss those opinions just because they don't fit with my pragmatist view, my views, right? Just like I wouldn't fault someone for being emotional when their mother died. Banana Waffle Monkey says, I have 29 hours on this character now. I started yesterday afternoon. Maybe you should make a concerted effort. Maybe you should make an effort, Banana Waffle Monkey, to actually go to sleep. Because the fucking up the sleep schedule is... right? Yeah, you get the pills and the pills helps you out, but then you fuck up the sleep schedule, so you get another... right? Isn't that the point of the SSRIs? That you get the energy to do things proper. And getting proper sleep is a good idea. Zorxa says, it is frustrating to be with someone who makes irrational decisions, and it's perfectly okay not to want to be with someone like that. Yeah, and that kind of explains why you don't want to be with anyone, because you just explained all people. People are on our basis irrational. You are. I am. Blasphemous is. We're all irrational. We base our decision like in Blasphemous situation, right? Or like your example here. It is frustrating. That frustration is an emotion. So your decision not to be with them is an emotional decision. It's not a rational decision not to want to be with them. It's an emotional decision to not want to be with someone like that. Right? And that's fine. If you don't want a partner, if you want to be all by your own, that is fine. Don't blame it on them being irrational, because your decision to do that is equally irrational. Yeah, equally irrational. It's an emotional decision. Zorxa says, but a lot of people do irrational things and they don't even understand why. Well, that's usually the case. For you and me both, Zorxa. That's what you do as well. You do a lot of irrational things and you don't understand why you do them. You just describe the human condition. Yeah. It makes sense to them, but not to me. Exactly. Of course, we're different. People are different. And that's fine. It's fine, and it should be fine that people are different. We should encourage differences, that we are different. If everyone was the same, well, it doesn't matter. We are not all the same. So, there you go. Zorxa says, was there something else that convinced you she didn't actually love you, other than not going to you for help? Actually, I didn't get a yes on that. Maybe you haven't seen the Frozen movies? Maybe not. Cheaters are winners? Alright, I'm caught up with that bit. No Donor says, it's just funny to me because the more you talk about this, the more you remind me of when I was explaining anarcho-capitalism to you during Deep Rock Galactic. Yeah, it's still, right? That's when it started. My thinking about this. This is when that whole thing started, when you explained anarcho-capitalism and I started learning about anarcho-capitalism. Right? I remember thinking about that, like political philosophy. I haven't spent... That's like a hole in my philosophy, so I'm really into it at the moment. Right? It's still rummaging around. I'm a very slow person. I've said that before, right? A slow person. And this is where I'm stuck at the moment. I've been stuck for over a week on this ownership thing. Yeah. I've been stuck. Right? Somebody has to have a good argument, right? For land ownership. Maybe I should start looking around. Search on the interwebs for it. Yeah. But yeah, it started in Deep Rock Galactic for sure. Lasma says, let's all become anarcho-primitivist on Mars. Anarcho-primitivist? Oh wow. I mean, just from the word, I've never read about it, but I assume it means what I think it means. Let's just tear down all buildings and live out in the forest. Nordhunter says, I'm a devil's advocatist? Advocatist. Yes, that's what I was guessing that you were indeed. And I'm grateful. I am grateful for that. I love a devil's advocate. Yeah. Oh. I do appreciate a devil's advocate. There we go. Right, Blasphemous? Blasphemous say, I would say it's rational to not want to be someone that is acting very irrational. Nope, that's an emotional thing. You get frustrated and you don't want to be with someone acting irrational. And it's even more irrational because everyone is irrational. I'm surprised. I'm just thinking about that. I'm super surprised that no one has just said, well, if everyone's irrational, then no one is irrational. I'm curious why that hasn't happened yet. But I think that I've been leaving that wide open. I've just been waiting for it. I still haven't answered it in my mind, but there is an answer. I know there is an answer somewhere. Sorxa says, I disagree that rational decisions do not take emotions into account. Oh, of course. That's why I'm saying we are emotional at our base. And on top of those emotions, we build rational explanations too, right? We explain our own behaviors and opinions rationally to ourselves. Right? And you deciding if you want to be with a person or not is not a rational decision. Right? You can rationalize it to yourself, but the decision, if you think it's rational, then you lack in self-awareness. Lack in self-awareness, and I would recommend some introspection for you. Yeah. Indeed. Very emotional decision. Deciding to be with or not with a romantic partner. Very emotional. Thinking otherwise, it's... Blasphemous says, oh, she'd bring up things we talked about in the past I wasn't even interested in anymore and would make a big deal about how it changed her life. I was like, yeah, I'm not into that anymore. Yeah, that's so fucking rude of you. So fucking rude. Not caring about her feelings whatsoever. Right? And that's... Emotionally, it made sense that you broke up. I think it was a good decision, you breaking up. Right? Something that's way important to her, and you didn't care about it. Like it was important to you, right? It was emotionally important to you that she came to you and asked for help, and she didn't. And then you had an emotional reaction. For her, it was important that you cared about something, a big deal that changed her life, and you didn't. So, yeah. It sounds like, yeah, it was a good thing you broke up with her, if it was you who broke up with her. I don't know. No Donner says, I'm not irrational, I have the right opinion. My point exactly. I have the right opinion. All the opinions are emotions. Blasphemous says, Cider is generalizing and assuming way more than I do. Yeah, of course I am. I'm trying to generalize. That's what I like to do. I like generalizing. What did I assume, by the way, Blasphemous? The assumptions, I'm grateful if you point them out, especially if I make bad assumptions. Yeah. Yeah. Assumptions are easy to make and overlook, right? It's easy to miss what you miss, right? Nodonner says, this is some weird rationality gatekeeping. Wait, what is some weird rationality gatekeeping? By that definition, then every decision is emotional. Yes. Humans are fundamentally emotional creatures. Yeah. Blasphemous says define rational. Good point. Rationality? Is that what we're looking for? Not to be confused with rationalism. Rationality is the quality or state of being rational. There we go. That is, being based on or agreeable to reason. Alright, it is reason. Alright, so what is reason? Reason is the capacity of consciously making sense of things, applying logic and adapting or justifying practices. And adapting or justifying practices, institutions, and beliefs based on new and existing information. This is a skill that you learn. No one is born with reason. Right? Just like no one is born with maths. Right? You're not born with maths. You learn it. You learn reason. What you are born with, however, is the emotional reactions to things that you have. Right? Xerxes says, because most of the time we make decisions that will increase our happiness. Most of the time. Sure, most of the time. And oftentimes we make decisions that decreases our happiness. We make a lot of weird stuff. Sometimes I see a wasp and I panic and I run away. Sometimes I see a spider and I panic and I run away. No, I'm not. Spiders aren't as bad. Wasps, though, I hate those fuckers. Sometimes when you talk to someone, you hurt their feeling with no intention of doing it. Sometimes you just act. When we reason about our own actions, it is usually post hoc. Post hoc. What is this? Post hoc analyzing? Post hoc? Which one is it? Generating hypotheses based on data already observed. Yeah. First you act, then you rationalize. That's how you build your world. First you act, like a lot of the decisions that you think you make, you didn't make. Those were made in your subconscious for you. And then you got the feeling that you made the decision. A lot of it is just programming as well. Just pure biological genetic programming. And other stuff is just programming that your parents programmed into you. That you are not aware of. Xerxes says, because most of the time we will make decisions that increase our happiness. Blasphemous says, consistent with or based on or using reason. Yeah. Using reason. How old were you when you studied reason? When you learned reason? I studied a little bit when I was like 15, I think, but that was a side course. We didn't study reason in my school. I studied reason at the university later on. Just assuming that people that have not studied it should be good at reasoning and being rational beings. That's gonna lead to disappointments. Disappointments. Xerxes says, I feel bad for that lady. Yeah, I feel bad for Blasphemous as well in that relationship. I feel bad for both of you. It was a good thing the relationship broke up, right? I don't know which lady we were talking about. Maybe that lady? Yeah. None of you, right? Well, you obviously weren't very happy, and I assume she would not get very happy in that relationship either. So it was a good thing you broke up. I think. Like, with my limited information. All the assumptions. Yeah. Banana Wafflemaki says, there's a fucking relevant XKCD for this, and I can't find it. Oh no. Sork says, then that would remove the point of the word rational. Wait. What would remove the point of the word rational? Like, if every decision is emotional, then no decision is emotional. It's just in contrast to rationality, right? Decisions are not rational. Node owner says, saying that everyone is irrational is a weird rationality gatekeeping. At our base, right, we're born with an aptitude for this. Like some people have an aptitude and just pick this up. They pick this up as they go along when they study in school and whatnot. They pick it up and they learn it as they go along. We're not born with it. So it's a skill. It's a human trait. Right? How good we are at it. It's a skill. Some people are bad at it. Some people are good at it. But it's a skill. And that is, these are not the basis for our decision making. That's what I'm saying. Our basis for our decision making, all of the decision making, comes from other places. This is on top of it. We can use this to manipulate our own decision making, but that is not it's not the basis for it, right? We can use it. Yeah. And it's like saying someone who has never played chess is not good at chess. That's not gatekeeping. Is it? I still don't understand the word gatekeeping, I think. That would be weird, saying, oh, no, everybody's good at chess. Or, oh man, you're so bad at chess. You've never played chess? Oh, you're terrible. I don't want to be with you. And I mean, that's fine. Saying you don't want to be, but that decision in itself is not right. I don't want to be with you because you don't play chess. That's not a rational decision. It's an emotional decision. And it's fine making that decision. Let's see, Blasphemous says, yes, and then I possess that skill over time to come to certain realization to make decisions rationally. You can influence your decisions. I can get behind that you influence your decisions. But yeah, still emotions are a way bigger deal, right? You claiming that it was a rational decision to not be with her anymore, I don't see how that is not based on an emotion, right? So what is the rational decision? Someone is irrational, therefore I don't want to be with them anymore. So why is that? Why don't you want to be with anyone? Because they're not irrational anymore. And if you keep asking why, in the end of that chain is an emotion. I don't like it. Something like that. I don't like when people are irrational. And if you don't like when people are irrational, that's emotional. Because I don't like it. Is that how a reasonable... Is that reasoning? Is that logic? Is that rationality? Because I don't like it. It's not. It's just not. Node owner says Colgate was born with math and perfect teeth. I haven't seen him in a couple of days. So I hear indeed. Sorxa says I would see rational decision as something that helps you reach your goals. Which may or may not be emotional based. Your goals. Alright, give me an example, Sorxa, of a goal that is not based on emotions. What is a rational goal? What is a rational goal? Curious. Lasma says, I hate the town I live in. Do I just leave? No, that would be an emotional reaction. Some people... Wait. No, that would be an emotional reaction which some people think you should just do because they think irrationally. They think irrationally, yeah. Okay. Best thing to do is to take the time to make sure that the next place you move you will be happier at is because it is what you're looking for at this point in your life. Yeah. And the goal, you want to be happier, right? That's emotional. You want to be happier. And you can, like, that's the base, right? That's the fundamental thing we're talking about there. You want to be happier. You hate the town you live in. Both of those are emotions. You can use rationality to plan up the thing. But the decisions are emotionals at their base, right? So you get my point, right? You can use your reason and rationality that you have learned to make better decisions. And that's great. That's great, right? Yeah. That's just bullying. Gatekeeping would be like, you're a kid, you can't play chess. Wait. Bullying? Would be bullying even. Gatekeeping could be, you're a kid, you can't play chess. Alright, so you can't play chess for arbitrary reason. Gatekeeping seems rude in general. Sorka says, and I see irrational. Like the decision to live another place than you live is an emotional run, right? If you were super happy where you lived right now, maybe you would try to, your decision or your attitude would be not to move, right? If you're all that happy with the place that you're living. Sorxa said, and I see irrational decisions as something that will sabotage your goals based on what you currently know. Right, would anyone do that though? If you know... Yeah, I suppose, yeah. If my goal was to sit and eat lunch, a wasp shows up, I run away, my goal was to eat lunch, that was an irrational decision. So yeah, that would be irrational, I suppose. It sabotaged my goals. Sorxa says, what do you consider a rational decision then? I don't consider decisions to be rational. I consider decisions to be emotional. And you can use rationality to improve your decision making. That makes sense? At the very base, they are emotional. Plasma says, reason to not be with someone being irrational. They're going to make your life way more complicated than it needs to be. Your emotions and your attitude to life is that you don't want a complicated life, and that's your emotional state, right? Other people want complicated lives. So that's not rational. Cannot generalize it. Right? Cannot say that that's logic. Wanting an uncomplicated life is not logical. Yeah. Wanting an
Sit up. Deep breaths.
Deep breaths. Yeah. More complicated than it needs to be. Some people want complicated life. Simple as that. Therefore, that decision is not pure. It's not pure reason. It's based on emotions. Rasmus says, and you cannot convince them otherwise due to their irrational behavior. Reason to not be someone being irrational. They are going to make your life way more complicated than it needs to be. Now, if that is the case, and they still decide to stay, yeah, that's... Right. reason to not be with someone irrational. They're going to make your life. Yeah, no. That is not a rational reason. That is an emotional reason. You cannot convince them otherwise due to their irrational behavior or irrational thought process. Banana Waffle Monkey says, what if your goals are shit? Or you change your goals? That happens all the time. Well, not all the time. Less and less the older we get, I think the goals change. I don't know about that though. That's just a response that popped up in my head. Goals are shit. Metaphorical shit, I suppose. I suppose you could have a goal to go to the bathroom. Right. I have a goal to go to the bathroom, and that will change after the fact. I don't decide to get that goal. That goal just gets thrust upon me. Lasma says cider needs an emotional/rational bell curve. Nope. That's not a bell curve. It's two different things. That would be like you can make a split kind of curve. Rationality, logic, reasoning, all these things that end up here, all these, like we're talking about deductive, inductive, all these types of things are completely different. They are a class of their own. So there is no bell curve, there is no scale, right? Oh, actually, that could be a scale. I don't know if we could place that on. Maybe we could place it on a bell curve, right? How much reasoning did you spend doing? How much reasoning was involved? And that would be a scale. And if we placed all decisions, it might be a bell curve. I don't know. But we could create a scale like that. For sure we could create a scale. And maybe we would end up with a bell curve. But I don't know if that's for sure, though. It might be. Storksa says, if it is a given that underlying all decisions are emotions, then it is kind of needless to mention it. Not when the attitude is that people are terrible for making irrational decisions. Right? Since the base of all decisions are irrational, then playing the blame game to someone doing something irrational is very rude. And it gives you, like, if you go and accuse people and say people are terrible for, right? You make the value judgment that someone is bad because they make irrational decisions. That gives you, what's this called, a carte blanche? Yeah. You give yourself a carte blanche that you can use whenever you want to attack anyone for being irrational. That is what bothers me. It bothers me that you can attack someone for being irrational. I don't like it. Because you can do that whenever you feel like. And I'm saying you are, like, in the basis of all your decisions are the same type of irrationality. It's there for you as well. Just because you have learned this does not make you a better human being than anyone else. Like, someone who has not learned these things and does not have the aptitude for these things are not lesser human beings. You have not given those statements, but the attitude can lend to having that attitude, right? And I don't like that attitude. Yeah, that's why I'm arguing. That is why I'm bringing it up. Yeah. So in my mind, it's not needless. In my mind, it's how we view other people. It is fine that other people are irrational, right? They end up in the far end of the scale of irrationality, right? They are in the far end, and acting purely based on emotion and have never learned reason, that is fine. I'm the first to argue that this should be part of school, that we should have a lower bar. I'm really quick on that because this is my personality, right? I like these things. So of course, politically, I would argue that I want more of these things in society. But that's my opinions, just my opinions. There is no objectivity that has to be the case. That is just my opinion, that are based on my very biased, irrational emotions. Yeah. And that's fine. It's fine that my political opinions are like that. It's fine that your political opinions are different from mine. Or the same. Or someone else's. Let's see. Alright, Sorxa continued, and then a rational decision will be one made based on rational and reason. Not that it is inherently rational. Made, not based. That's what I'm saying. It's not based on reason and rationality. It is helped by. It is done in conjunction with. It is not based on, the decision is not based on reason or rationality. Fundamental base is emotion. Yeah. Plasma says consistent with or be or based on or using reason. Yeah, consistent with or based on. Yeah, that based on. Fuck that. It cannot be based on. It can be consistent with, and you can be using reason. But purely based on, I don't see that happening. I don't see how it could happen. Alright, Blasphemous says, the state of having good sense and sound judgment. Yeah, what is good sense? You become the sole arbiter to decide what good sense is. Good sense is a subjective value judgment. You can decide whatever you like to be good sense. Sound judgment, yeah, that's comparison to reason, right? That would be the... Is that inductive reasoning that are sound, a sound argument? Fuck, I forget. It's here, right? Validity and soundness, yeah. There we go. Right, a sound argument is valid if all premises... Wait. It is valid and all premises are true. That is... Yeah. That is sound. The judgment is sound if the logic behind it is valid and all premises are true. We can say that, yeah. That the judgment, we value it to be sound. That doesn't mean that it's based on deductive reasoning. It's still an emotional decision, right? Also, I don't know, this is not decision making. This is argumentation. Right? Is there a decision made being here? Everyone who eats carrots is a quarterback. John eats carrots, therefore John is a quarterback. Is there a decision being made? No. Not a personal decision being made here. Not at all. No Runner says, what is your favorite thing to reason about? Mine's my emotions and how I feel about what I want to do in life. To reason about. I mean, I oftentimes don't do formal reasoning. Ethics. Ethics must be my favorite thing. Ethics and like building my own worldview, right? Learning new things and just making sense of the world around me. Yeah. That's why I'm stuck on that owning land kind of thing, right? Or owning people. I want to make sense for it to make sense to me, so I can make Political arguments. I like that. Xerxes says, I don't think that making irrational decisions is inherently bad behavior. No. That's what I'm arguing for, but irrational decisions is usually stigmatized. Like, why call it irrational instead of calling it emotional decisions, right? Why even use the word rational in decision making, right? Irrational. Like it's lacking somehow, right? That's what the word comes from. Irrational. It's lacking rationality. Yes, it does, is what I say. So, like, rhetorically, one could argue that it makes it look like it's lacking something. Blasphemous says one side of the bell curve is rational, the other is irrational. I suppose, yeah. That would be the scale. I'm still not convinced that it would be a bell curve. Right, if we took all decisions made and put them on a scale. I'm not convinced that it would be a bell curve. It might be. We could make a scale, right? From 1 to 10, how much rationality was used? A lot or a little? Northerner says, why is it a bell shaped curve? Maybe it's more like a square wave? Yeah. I don't know. It's because I usually talk about bell curves because human traits, when we measure human traits, they end up on a bell curve. So I often talk about bell curves, so I think that's why they were thinking about bell curves now. We don't know what the curve will look like when we do the scale, right? It might be a bell curve, might not. We don't know. Banana Waffle Mike says, don't go throwing stones if you live in a glass house. Yeah, people will have their revenge, eh? Nice. No Runner says, but how do you build a glass house without owning land? I mean, you can own a house. Of course you can own a house. I don't see the problem in owning a house. And I would derive the land that the house is standing on to be, I would derive that as personal space. And you should not invade other people's personal space. Eh, Node Runner? Yeah. We have laws against that kind of thing. Invading personal space. And so we can have that fine without owning land. It's fine. We could create that fine without having land ownership. I've gone through that bit already, unfortunately. Yeah. Blasphemous says, we do not fix things by normalizing such behavior. Normalizing and saying it's everywhere and that it's just the way that things are feeds it, allows it, and that allows it to grow. But the trend is going the other way. Blasphemous. Do we alright. Do we get people to act more rationally by looking down on people who do? No. We don't change it by antagonizing people. If you want to change some sort of behavior, don't antagonize, don't stigmatize that behavior. That will not help either, Blasphemous. Right? I'm for, right? Reasonably thinking that, well, since everybody's doing emotional decisions, it's, right? We have that as a premise. We have that as an axiom. We have that as our starting out point. All right. So how do we get people to, in spite, if we want that, like, and I want that. I want that. I want more reasoning. So how do we go from that to more rationality, right? How do we move towards that? One way is not having a mistakenly viewing our own decision as being rational, because that, right? If we think our own decisions are rational, we are mistaken. So, well, that's about myself, right? That's about me and me wanting more rationality. Well, one way to increase the rationality in the world is me being rational, right? That literally, the more rational stuff I do, the more rationality there is in the world. Right? And I could argue with people with an open mind and understanding that when emotions run high, that is the worst. That is the worst time to do rational stuff, right? You need to calm down before doing reason. Reason you do not during, like anything. And when stuff happens, you just act. You just act. And then the reasoning you do after and before, right? When your mother dies, and you're all emotional and grieving, that's dealing with the emotions, right? You're all emotional. That is not a moment to be rational. Rational, you can be a month later, right? When you look back on it, when you've calmed down and the emotional are not running high. Because when the emotions are running high, that is not optimal. That is not an optimal place to do reasonable thinking, reason or rationality. But when you say to someone, stop being irrational, when you antagonize them, they become emotional because they feel attacked, and then what then? They become less rational. And that's not helping. It's not helping. And I'm the worst person because I am that kind of person. Right? I think so. Stop being so irrational. That's how I work, how my brain works. So I'm not very good at doing those things, but I'm practicing to understand that people, they're not intentionally stupid, right? Yeah, they're not intentionally stupid. It makes sense to them. Sorxa says, are you assuming that being irrational is viewed as a negative trait, at least by me? No. I'm assuming that you don't view it as negative, because you just said so, Sorxa. You just said, I don't think making irrational decisions is inherently a bad behavior. You just said that, so no, I'm not assuming that. I'm saying that the word irrational is, what I was saying is that it's lacking rationality. Like it's missing something. And that the word itself might be antagonistic and might be interpreted antagonistic. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that I am interpreting the word irrational as antagonistic. I'm not saying anything about how you want to use the word. It's actually an interesting, what would be another word rather than saying irrational? Extra emotional? Yeah. Emotionally, yeah. Very emotional, like hammering home that it's an emotional decision. I would probably say something like that rather than calling the decision irrational or the behavior irrational. I would call it emotional. But that's personal preference. That depends of what you define as it being based on. Based, says Node-Runner. Yeah, the fundamental, like, if you look at a behavior or a decision or anything, and you just ask, why does this happen? And then you continue asking why as many times you can, Sorxa. In the end, you will find... and if it's still about the individual, as long as when the answer is still about that specific individual, that's the based on I would define in this context. Right? We could go further back, right, and start talking about, well, They were raised like this by their parents, and they had these genetics predispositions. And then we can go even further back, like the evolutionary reason for people behaving in these manners. Right? We could go all the way back there, but I would probably stop that when we're still talking about the person in question. Yeah. Lasma says the second definition I posted is a definition of reason. Yeah, I remember that, and I disagreed with it. Yeah, the state of having good sense and sound judgment. I thought that was a terrible definition. Terrible definition of reason. Right? That's why I answered in that way. Good sense, yeah, who decides what good sense is? That's up to each and every one to make, so it's a very different kind of reasoning. That also, like, good sense gives you a carte blanche to decide what you like as good sense and not. Sound judgment, I felt like it was very... Sound judgment was very specific, right? Judgment is judgment sound. No, an argument is sound when talking about reasoning. So yeah, that definition, like Node said earlier, right? Look up definition and promptly throw them out. That was a terrible definition of reason. It is carte blanche, right? I'm not carte. Plural carte blanche, but it doesn't say definition. Full discretionary power. Yeah. Was given carte blanche to furnish the house. Yeah, you get to do whatever you want. Carte blanche. And doing whatever you want, I wouldn't say is very reasonable. I would say reasoning and logic especially is very restrictive. It's very restrictive, right? When you go into the formal part of it, it's very restrictive. There are many rules and guidelines that you have to follow for it to be considered reasoning. Yeah. Sork says decision based on rational thoughts just mean that rational thoughts were a large part of making the decision. All right, I could be convinced for that. Yeah. Rational decision making is when you spend a lot of time and effort into, but that where do you draw the line, Sorksa? I'm probably okay with that though, yeah. A decision based on, like, saying, well, I would still say it's not based on rational thought. I would say rationally influenced. Decision influenced on rational thought. Yeah. Influenced by. Lasman says, alright, it's almost 4. It's going to be a while before he gets here. Wait. Who gets here? Oh, right, me. Alright. Are you going to sleep, Lasmus? Alright, I had a good time today. I enjoyed myself. I hope you did. I felt a couple of times that I might have become a little bit rude. If you feel that I've been rude to you, man, that was not my intent. When I get excited, you know. I get excited and that might happen. Nodonor says, I'm going to bed in my personal space. Have a nice rest of your day and stream and discussion. Alright, that seems like we're at an interesting point. Yeah, sleep tight, Nodonor. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for talking to me. And sleep on the owning land bit. If you can figure it out, I would be happy. If any of you could figure that out, I would be grateful indeed. Sorksa says, I have done that before. Done what? Fuck, I missed that. Sorksa says, but yeah, I don't see a problem seeing decision as rational. Yeah, we can see them as rational, but not based on rational. Like, we can make a value judgment, right? Scale, how rational they are. I would have to concede that point, yeah, for sure. Some decisions involve more rational thinking than others. Yeah. It's like all cells are tiny, but some are larger than others, and a large cell doesn't mean it's bigger than my arm. Wait, what we should do is to work on the stigma of irrational decisions. Yeah, and one way, Sorxa, to work on that stigma would be to change the language. Talk about emotional decisions. Right? Because it can be interpreted, even though it's not interpreted by you, Sorxa. Someone else can interpret the word irrational as antagonistic. Actually, I'm curious. I wonder if it becomes as lacking usual or normal mental clarity or coherence. Not endowed with. Yeah, these are insulting. Sorxa says, yeah, but reclaiming words is a thing now. Banana Waffle says it's inherently invalidating. Yeah, that's... I wonder why it's called a reclaiming. Claiming words. But why would you want to claim a word that literally means lacking? Like irrational. It means lacking rationality. And it's inherently invalidating. Me personally, I really like semantics and language, so I would say please don't reclaim this word. Please use another word instead, because of where it's based, right? Not rational. It's like the literal meaning, right? Sorxa said, if more people starts accepting irrational as an okay thing, then the word irrational will become less stigmatized. Sure, and also language would become more difficult, right? Because it would disrupt the pattern we have in language. It would disrupt the pattern and make the pattern make less sense, which would in essence make rationality even more difficult, right? You couldn't figure out the meaning of a word from its pattern. Now you can. If you know the word rational, you can know the word irrational. If you change the meaning of this word, then that logic leap gets lost. Gets lost. On the other hand, right? Why else would you want to use this word? If the word just gets lost, yeah, why not just get rid of the word anyway? People like me, even if the stuff changes, people like me getting across this word would say, yeah, it's lacking in rationality, and would see that, like, the instinctual response is that that it would be a stigmatizing word. Sorxa says it's like the word sick. Nobody wants to be sick, but it's viewed very normally. Sickness happens to you. This is something you do. Right? This is about something you do. Sickness is about something that happens to you. I don't like that comparison. Emotions happen to you. Yeah, but you lacking rationality is the baseline. You gain rationality. Yeah. Let's see. I would not want you to start talking about me as non-Go player and have that categorization of me as a non-Go player. Right, Sorxa? I would not want you to talk about me as a non-jogging person. I would not want you to talk about me in a non-dance, like a... I would not want you to categorize me or my behavior from the situation of being a terrible dancer. I would not want you to talk about me and my behavior from my lack of rationality. Just because I do something based on my emotions. I would prefer you talk about my emotions if that is what you're talking about, not my lack of rationality. I think semantically it makes way more sense. You can specify, you can even specify which emotion you're talking about. There is this implied, if you talk about rationality, there is this implied thing that I should have been rational. Like linguistically is right there. It's right there in the word. It is implied that I was supposed to be rational. That is what you thought. Not necessarily what you thought, but it is implied by the word. Yeah. Being controlled by emotions is something that happens to people. Yeah. Being extra emotional, right? You could talk about decision being made when emotions were running high or emotions were not running high. And you can talk about rationality, but that would... I would draw the line that if you want to imply that rationality was supposed to be there, then fine. Say that it was irrational. But a lot of the situations, a lot of the examples we have been used, like grieving the death of one's mother, being irrational, like implying that she should have been irrational, like she would have been rational when she was grieving. I'm not okay with it. It's inherently invalidating, as Banana Waffle Monkey said. She was very emotional. Yeah, I would prefer that language. But that's my, like, I'm arguing for it.
Right, something everybody else in history.
Take a deep breath.
What, like eat the food, drink the water, and breathe the air?
Sorxa says, I think it really depends on you look at it. Yeah, it does depend on that. And since you're using the word rational, you bring rationality into that, right? If no one else has talked about rationality, and you bring the word irrational into a discussion, then you look at it as rational thinking being relevant to the discussion, right? Yeah. Sorxa says, it's like I don't see a problem of something being abnormal. Yeah, I don't see a problem with it either, something being abnormal. Well, I get your point, but I think I'm not looking at irrational by itself now. The discussion is now comparison. Do we say emotional or do we say rational? Irrational, I mean. rationality, they are not opposite of each other. Sorxa says, I have no problems with it being said as emotional. Right? I'm arguing that grieving, when we're talking about a grieving person, then we talk about them as being emotional. We do not talk about them as being irrational. Yeah, because of the implications. That's all I'm saying. I don't have a... Personally... Yeah, personally I do the... Yeah, lacking. Abnormal. I don't remember what abnormal says. What does ab mean? Abnormal. Deviating from. Yeah, it's not lacking. Abnormal is not lacking. You do not, it's just deviating from. It's different from. Ab, different. Alright. Right? That's why I like the patterns, because the prefix means something. It isn't irrational, like it is irrational. It's not aberrational. It's not unusual rationality. It is the lacking of. You have been found wanting. It evokes those kind of ideas within me anyway. But now... Oh. Wow. Lunch an hour and 15 minutes ago. I feel like that's an okay stopping point, eh? Sorxa says, but there can be irrational decision that has nothing to do with emotions. Like being under drugs. Do drugs remove all emotions? I don't think so. And I mean, I'm not arguing for getting rid of the word irrational, right? If you're in a philosophy course and you say someone is doing something, you can say, oh, well, that's irrational. Because within the context, rationality is a valid thing to bring up, right? If you're in a class of philosophy students, then calling them out for being irrational makes a lot of sense. Because you're literally studying rationality. Right? Context matters. Like, I don't see how being on drugs, yeah, that's drug-induced decision-making. Right? When you do drugs, do you sit down and try to do rational thinking? No. So I would argue for not talking about stuff being irrational when if you're under the influence of drugs. I would say those decisions were influenced by being on drugs. Right. I have never sat down and done formal logic when I've been doing drugs. Any drugs, no. I suppose some people would do it on amphetamine. But I would also argue if they did that explicitly and doing the rational thing, right? If the intent was being rational and they failed, then it was irrational. If the intent was never to be rational, then why call it irrational? It does not fit. It doesn't fit. Yeah, same with drugs, right? It does not fit. Sorxa says, but I won't say someone whose mom died is acting irrationally. Yeah. Sorxa says, I mean, you can't replace irrational as emotional all the time. No, exactly. That is my point. Irrational does not always fit. The drug thing, irrational doesn't fit. The decision were based on... No, the decisions were influenced by drug use. They were not influenced by a lacking of rational thinking. Because drug use, I mean, unless, of course, someone did drugs and tried to do rational thinking. If they didn't try to do rational thinking, which I would assume is the majority of the cases when doing drugs. I would assume. I don't know, but if that is the case, if it is the case that doing drugs is not about being rational, then the word doesn't fit. When does the word fit? It fits when someone is trying to do rational things. When someone is talking like they are formulating an argument, then you can talk about them being irrational. When they are explaining their own behaviors, like they're trying to rationalize their own behavior, then you can, like if they talk about it that way, then you can say, well, that's irrational. Because it's lacking in rationality. And that's fine. Yeah, that is fine. I need to fix this. I need to add that to the to-do list before I go. Wallpapers do not cycle. There we go. Wallpapers do not cycle. They need to cycle. Alright, but yeah, it's lunchtime, long time ago. Thanks for today. I've had a good time, a lot of interesting. No crime and punishment today either. Alright, that's been plenty of days with no crime and punishment. It's fine though, it's fine. I enjoy talking more than that stuff. Sorxa says, have a good lunch. Thank you indeed. I will have my muesli and have a good time. And I see you next time. Yeah, nice seeing you guys again. Cheers.